Good evening. Alright, and today we are going to work on Kast, on the self-hosting part of it. I'm going to try and start rewriting the LSP in Kast. We don't have the compiler or interpreter yet, we only have the parser. So the job of the LSP is going to be the syntax highlighting and the formatting. Hello, Nerdzel. Hello, Ogma. Hello, Nigel. You're 1.5th. Right. Hello, Harry. Hello, hello. Right, we're going to start writing the LSP in Kast. With the job of doing the syntax highlighting and formatting. So we have parsed JSONs and we have parsed Kast itself. You're Harish, not just Harry. Okay. Isn't Harry pronounced Hari? Harish. Oh, it's not Harry, it's Harish, apparently. Sorry. It's Harish. All right. Let's open up the project. Of self-hosted Kast. Right now we have a flat pile of files here. Should I like structure all of these in the folders somehow? I feel like I should. Let's do a single file for now. LSPKS. There we go. There we go. LSPKS. This is how it all starts. It's going to be a module. LSP. This over here is a little bit of a weird, like, thing that I've been doing in this code base where we have the module and it contains like the thing which is a module inside instead of this thing itself being the module. Not sure how I feel about that, but we are going to keep that for now. It's modules all the way down. Yeah, it's because like I'm importing it like this, right? I'm not just importing the files, I'm importing everything from the file, right? So like the LSP contains the LSP file contains the LSP inside, right? Which is why it's module with inside of a module. Like the way you do it in like Zig is basically more similar to what I'm doing here with the JSON, right? So I'm importing the JSON library, and then I'm assigning it to a name, right? So why don't we do this all the time? You was looking at a URI spec. It's unnecessarily complicated. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. I did not look at the spec. I think the reason, like with this approach, like this allows me to rename the things. You know, like it says deb JSON, and although this library is called JSON, right? We can rename the dependencies like this. But what this also means is that if I rename this, it's not going to rename the file. So, you know, it's a little bit weird. If we do it like in Rust, where we say like, you know, mod LSP, right? And then renaming this would also rename the file. We don't have like this concept though. Do you think we should introduce it? I don't know. We'll think about it. But yeah, I would say it's mostly because of the renaming. Hello, Hisoka. Hi. All right, LSP. What do we do about the LSP? We just say run here or something? Is that what I'm supposed to do here? I don't know. Let's do this. We have the LSP args. First, let's introduce the command line arguments. Let's call it CLI args. Right? So we have LSP like this, and if we need to do the LSP args, then I just say LSP run args. Hello, Pickorly. Is there no notification? Oh, there it is.
Hello, the Kuvi.
Hello, the Pickorly. All right, run is going to be the args, which is CLI args. And then we need to do something, right? So here's my LSP. Let's see. So what do we do with the LSP? We don't have the paths. We don't have like... What is the arguments that we have? Do we even have any arguments to the LSP? Potentially. Maybe not. Maybe later. For now, let's just say panic, unexpected, arg, enable, disable formatting and semantic tokens. That's not done on the command line though, right? Because you can have this configuration done somewhere else. Like if I go to the settings here and I say Rust Analyzer, right? So you have like these settings, like check on save, for example, right? This is the setting that is passed to... Wait, actually, I don't know how it's passed. Is it not like part of the language server protocol itself, where you like pass your own settings during the initialization? It is in the protocol, yeah. So like in the protocol, you can have your own extensions, basically, right? Your own like extra JSON fields, basically, or whatever. So we don't need that technically. So let's just say for now that it's unexpected arg. It feels like my formatter is doing this empty struct wrong. It's having 2 spaces instead of just 1, but that's okay. We're going to write a new formatter, the self-hosted one, and it's going to be better, right? All right, what is the protocol? Let's open the spec. LSP spec. Oh my god, eyes. I'm sorry for your eyes, guys. Do I have dark reader? No. It's okay. I mean, is it dark reader? Why did I uninstall it? I uninstalled it for some reason. Wait, did I not? Add. There we go. If you really need all that complexity for a simple path, Yuri, I will do it. Well, it's not only the simple paths. That's the point. But we don't need all of that complexity. But at the same time, like, I believe that VS Code... I mean, we need to parse the URIs and we need to extract the paths from it, is the thing, right? Also, on the web, in the online playground, I have, I have something like in memory 1, right? Which is technically not a path, but it is a URI, right? Also, I think in the future I can see myself like importing from like, I don't know if we should do like direct importing from like from a GitHub, for example, the library. You just say import from GitHub and it just works. You know, something similar to how Nix does it. You know, you just say like Nix run GitHub cast cast, and it just like runs the cast. Also, here is the change JSON, right? I mean, yeah, we just have like file, some file. No, I think it's because I think this is because I changed it. I think like, I think VS Code actually like sends something like some query string here too, with some random stuff, some hashtags also, which we need to strip in addition to stripping the prefix here. So yeah, even if we later just care about the paths, right? But even internally, the way Kast works is that like the way you import the standard library, you import something like you know, something like std libks. That's what you actually do right now. So this is the this is actually going to the standard library, which lives in this path in the Nix store currently, right? Something similar to how in like JavaScript you say import node fs, right? So this is also like gives you the this is the scheme, right? And you can have custom handlers for the scheme and things. I guess maybe we should like rename the standard library to something like Kast std instead. But yeah. And I think something similar could be done for the dependencies. Something similar could be done for the dependencies, like, you know, maybe we could say like import dependency, you know, JSON, right? And like we will be able to figure out where are all of the dependencies stored somehow, right? But I don't want, because right now the way I'm importing your file is like I'm specifying the full path, right? So I at least want scheme plus path so that we can, like, it's path in the certain domain, right? Which has been resolved somehow. Yeah. And then I guess you can, for now, just get rid of everything after the question mark and after the hashtag, because those parts of the URIs we don't care about, currently at least. Indeed. So I just need scheme plus file. Which is a very simple thing to do, I suppose. Alright. Let's see. The base protocol consists of a header and content part. The header content part of the separated by /r/n. The header part consists of header fields. Each header field is comprised of a name and a value, separated by a colon. A colon and a space. The structure of a header field conforms to the HTTP semantics. Each header field is terminated by /r/n. Considering the last header field and the overall header itself, each are terminated with /r/n, and at least one header is mandatory. It means that to /r/n sequence almost immediately precede the content part of a message. Always. Currently, follow header fields are supported, which is content length and content type. The MIME type of the content part defaults to application VS Code, JSON RPC, char set UTF-8. But it could be like a binary protocol instead, I suppose, if you don't do the JSON RPC, right? But probably none of the actual LSP clients support that, right? Like it says defaults to this. What are the other options? Bam, 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 bam. All right, anyway. So we need the JSON RPC part. Before we start with the LSP even, right? We need the JSON RPC. JSON RPC. Should we do it like in 2 words or in 1 word? A lightweight. I thought lightweight is usually spelled in a single word instead of 2. RPC protocol. Speaking about RPC protocols, I recently saw the Cap and Web protocol. Did you guys see this thing from the Cloudflare? It's only for JavaScript though, which is a little weird, the library. Anyway. Let's do JSON RPC. So for JSON RPC, what do we need? We need to have two. JSON RPC becomes such a standard technology in so many software fields. I feel like this new thing that I was talking about, Cap and Web, is much nicer though. The only issue is that it still is JSON. I would do binary protocol too, but yeah. Anyway, I guess this one is simpler. JSON RPC. What do we want? What do we want? What's like the API of the JSON RPC in general, right? Let's start by reading messages, I guess, right? I'm not sure how like this API should be structured even because I never used a library for JSON RPC. But there's basically like ways to send messages and ways to send requests which are expected to receive the response. And those are based on like IDs. So yeah, first of all, we need to figure out the message. Maybe like let's have structured message, right? In general, what is a JSON RPC message? Right? So it has the headers. I mean, I guess it's just JSON, right? Always. That's all that we need to do. The content length, content type, we only support the JSON RPC anyway. Probably, right? So like the deserialized message is basically just JSON, and that's it. Okay, and then we want to have the JSON RPC like, what do you call it? Do you call it just literally IO? Right? Which has input, which is input and output. What's the types of inputs and outputs? Like we are going to work with the standard in std in and std out, but you can like be more general than that, right? Right now, by the way, speaking about reading the input, I think Kast only gives you the way to read the to read a line. But for JSON RPC, actually, this is going to be enough, right? Or is it not? Wait, when you say content type, content part, contains of the actual content of the message. Content part of the message uses JSON RPC to describe request responsive notifications. The content part is encoded using the char set provided in the content type field. The default falls to UTF-8, which is the only encoded supported right now. If a server or a client receives a header with a different, it should respond with an error. Prior versions of the protocol use the string constant UTF-8, which is not a correct encoding constant according to specification. For macro compatibility, it's highly recommended that a client server treat the string UTF-8 as UTF-8. Like, what I'm saying is that, like, this is not even terminated by a new line, right? It's literally, we just need to be able to read this many bytes, right? So I don't even have the ability to do that currently. the output is simple, right? Output is just going to be like string into the unit. This is just a function that we can use to dump the output somehow, right? But the input, how is that? We need to have like a buffered reader. Buffered reader, right? Like we need it to be buffered. Because we want it to be able to peek. Right? What do we want to be able? We want to be able to read exactly n bytes. By the way, is it in the bytes? Or because this is UTF-8, right? So is this specified in the bytes? In bytes. Good. This is still going to be returning a string, I suppose. It's expected to be UTF-8 for now. So I want to read exactly this much. But also... and then in order to like read until the new lines... we want two things, right? We want to read exactly and we want to read until. Those are the two important parts. So maybe like we need this API first. Read until the specific character. Right? I feel like I need to do this first. As the first thing. So we have stdio over here, right? So right now we can only do the print to the std out and print to the stdr print, and this is print line technically. Maybe we should rename it to, and then we can input using the prompt, which is the high level API, not the low level. Like read exactly this many bytes, right? How do you do this in JavaScript? That's my question, because we're transpiling to JavaScript, right? Node.js read bytes from stdin. You just have process stdin, which is a readable stream that defaults to binary data buffers. The standard approach is to use the event listener stdin on data received chunk for a wait const chunk of process stdin. Console log chunk. Like you cannot even say that you want to receive this many bytes, right? Like unless you use the sync APIs, right? Do I want to use the sync APIs in this case? Maybe I do. Right? For now, for simplicity anyway. Okay, but I think you will not be able to like mix and match input. So like this is the high level API, which reads with the prompt, which uses like the read line thing. which would be like in conflict if I read directly from the process in, right? Let's just say instead that we have std in module here, you know. Let's also have std out module, and let's have std error module. Std out, and this is going to have like write. So like this is more of a low level thing. Instead of print, we write to the std out. I don't have the OCaml anymore. Let's see, std out write. Std Kast. Fine, let's say io std out write. Std error write. And std in, we want read. So backend IO has this. Boom, 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 boom. So do I just say that std out is right? So how do we write, right? We don't just do console log process std out. Right. Write some data to the stream and call this applied callback once the data has been fully handled. If an error occurs, callback will be called with the error as its first argument. The callback is called asynchronously and before error is omitted. Can you write sync also? I guess like if this is low level API, it should be in the backend too, right? std in, std out, write, function string void. I will still just support strings here only. It's okay. We also want to flash, right? We also want to be able to flash, I believe. std out, stdr. Are you comfortable writing code with this plugin that has code shaking? Yeah, I don't notice it at all. Does it bother you? And std in, so like we want something like read exactly. Well, we don't even have this on the. stdin is node extends true, then this, otherwise undefined, right? Because stdin is not present on the browser. Read exactly this number of bytes. This returns a string. And then I mean maybe you know what, I'll just go to do this. Read exactly, read until. Right? std out. Right. Context string. So like in the browser we don't even have the process, right? So if we want to write on the browser, I guess I just do something like this. Is node. Then we have one implementation, otherwise we have another implementation, right? So if it is node, then I'm just going to say process std out, right? But this is the async one. How do you get the sync one? Let's take a look at the std in. Wait, do I need to like load something? Oh, it's fast read sync. Wait, you can only read synchronously from the file system, not from the std in? Node.js, read sync std in. There is no built-in function like input for synchronous std in. However, you can achieve it using the following method. Read file sync 0. Oh, 0 is like the file descriptor, which is the std in. Okay, got it. Got it. fs read, and then we can do fs write file sync to, right? So like over here, say fs write file sync file descriptor. What's the file descriptor then? File name or file descriptor? How do we specify std out versus the error? Is one of them 1 and one of them 2, or is one of them 0 and one of them 1? Where's the docs? String buffer URL integer. When file is a file name, asynchronous write into the file replacing the files already exists. If file is a file descriptor, do this. What if the file is a number? What if the file is the URL? What? What if a file is a buffer? You have this write a VFD, right? Write an array to the file specified by FD. What? How do you specify FD? Where's the documentation for this? This is the number. Am I stupid? Or it's not documented here? std in. Oh, wait. On Windows, if the file descriptor is connected to the console, e.g. fd is equal to 1 or std out. Like, why is this specified over here? In the Windows section, is this not... Like, where fd equals 1 or std out? What do you mean, or std out? Can I provide the name std out in the, like, as a string? Do JavaScript people even, like, read documentation? Or do they not write documentation fully? Or am I blind? std out. Like, this is the only presence of the std out in this documentation, where on Windows, if the file descriptor is connected to the console. Or is this like file descriptor? File descriptor. Is there a link where the file descriptors are documented? File descriptor, JavaScript. File descriptor. std in, std out, std error. Is this a C thing, by the way? Is it in C that std out is file descriptor 0? Right? Is this like, is this it? Or is this a Node.js thing? Is that like that on all platforms? 0, 1, and 2. Right. Why is it so difficult to access this documentation and like only the AI can give it to me? All right. We are going to get to the LSP, but first we need to like figure out the fundamentals, okay? Where is it documented that file descriptor 0 is std in, 1 is std out, and 2 std error? It's working. All right, anyway. Write file sync std out is 1. Can we have like std out? Is there like constants std out? No, it's not even in the contents. Like, it's literally just 1, just magic constant here. Std out. Well, let me introduce this constant myself then. std out is 1. Std in is 0. Std error is 2. It's in the POSIX. In the Linux. Is it true on Windows 2 then? 2? What about other operating systems? Okay, we are already inside of the isNode here, by the way, so I need to do this. Okay, we read file sync to the std out. Data is string. Wait a second. It needs the encoding, right? If I give it the string, how is it actually going to write it? Or we are expected to write as like UTF-8. What is going to be the is it the default? JavaScript is using UTF-16 for strings. Write file. There's a lot of history here. All right, options. Yeah, default is UTF-8. Okay, good. Not UTF-16. Right. Okay, this is all that I wanted. Write file sync. Okay, std error is going to be just writing to the std error, right? Std in, we want to read exactly this many bytes. This is going to give us a string, fs, read file sync std in. Okay, this gives us options. Options must be encoding UTF-8. Okay, now this returns a string. We also have flag. Read file sync path buffer integer options encoding. See support for system flags. Default is R. Yeah, I don't need that. Right. Read file sync. That's not what I want, though, right? I want to read exactly this many bytes. This reads what? This reads the entirety of the stream, I think, right? So what do I want? I want just read. There is just read sync. FD buffer options. Okay, we want to read sync instead of read file sync. We want read sync. Read sync. It gives me the buffer, which is array buffer view. So I need to create the buffer first, right? Buffer is array buffer. Is it new array buffer? With a byte length being bytes, right? So I read sync into the buffer. Array buffer is not assignable to parameter of type array buffer like array buffer view. Array buffer is missing the following properties from type data view buffer byte offset. Is there examples in this documentation? No. JavaScript people don't like examples in documentation, alright? I mean, I guess I shouldn't complain. I'm not writing documentation for my code yet. At all. Array buffer view is array buffer view. They literally don't have examples. Buffer or typed array or data view. Default buffer alloc. Oh wait, there's a buffer. It's not array bytes, right? I need a buffer. We need a buffer. Buffer is a different thing than array buffer, right? Buffer alloc of size bytes, right? That's what I want. I don't want array buffer. Okay, so what does this do? Read. Where's the data? The callback given 3 arguments. Error by thread buffer. What about read sync? I'm just going to use this one. What does this return? Returns the number of bytes read. So the buffer gives us basically automatically the maximum amount of bytes that we're like trying to read, right? And then we're doing the bytes read here. So am I supposed to do this in a loop here? If I want to read exactly this many bytes, right? And then I need like the offset too, right? Or something. Is that what I want? Buffer subarray starting at the start, right? We say that start is 0, and we say while start is less than bytes that I want to read, right? Is that what I do? We say start plus equal read sync the starting from this place, right? And now at the end over here I will have the buffer, and now I need to convert the buffer to string, which has the encoding, which is defaulting to UTF-8, I'm suppose. Or is it? It's better to, you know what? It's better to specify this explicitly anyway, even if it's defaulting. Including in like this write file APIs, I think. Right? So buffer to string UTF-8, this is what we return. Correct? Alright. That took a long time. Let's have the... Boom, 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 boom. Let's do IO, STD... like, on the web, though, what do I want? I guess I will just... You know what? I'm just going to say that on the web you have to use the print. I'm not going to worry about this at all. What's the error? Undefined is not assignable. It's supposed to be undefined, right? The property std out is undefined because undefined is not assignable to this type. IO std out are incompatible between these types. Oh, missing property flash. Also, by the way, I need flash both in std out and std error, right? Yeah. Is that the undefined flash? By the way, is write file sync flashing? I guess it's flashing, so I don't need to flash. Right? There is no flash. Okay, I don't need that. Boop, boop. STDR property is not assignable. Boom, 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 boom. Read until. Yeah, I need read until. Read exactly. I need read until. How do you read until a certain character? I mean, this means that I need to have a buffer, right? So like, I need to have my own buffering then. Is there some buffered Java Node.js buffered std_in? I will need to do something different here. std_in buffer is buffer allocate. Let's do 1,000 bytes, right? Or something. 8 kilobytes. What's the normal buffer size? Something like this, right? So read exactly is going to be different. We will have like fill std_in buffer. Maybe pipe and stream API would be easier to use here. Pipe and stream API? What's the pipe and stream API? I mean, yeah, like we can use the async API, but I don't know. This is also like weird because like you don't request the bytes. You get events that you have like received the bytes. It's a little weird. It's like very different from the other APIs in other languages. Pipe and stream API JavaScript. Well, I mean the process std like isn't process std_in? Is that the thing that you're talking about, right? Process std_in, right? This is the buffer, the stream. This is the read stream. That's the API that you're talking about. How do I read exactly a certain amount of bytes? You have readable stream. Like specifically in the JSON RPC, we want to read exactly this many bytes. So like, do I need to provide the buffering do I need to implement the buffering myself? I mean, that's okay, I suppose. I just don't know what you're supposed to use in JavaScript. I guess in C you also in C you would have to implement the buffering yourself. In some languages you have the ability to create the buffered reader on top of the reader, right? So this is just the readable stream. It's not a buffered readable stream, right? Maybe there is no buffered readable stream, basically. Which means that I need to buffer it myself. Yeah. Let's just say, fill std in a buffer. Right? This is just going to be fast read file sync std in buffer subarray, and I need like the current. No, I don't even need the current one, right? I want std in buffer like size, basically, right? As 0. Over here we say std in buffer size is this, right? So I'm reading just read sync, right? So I'm reading, and this is how many of the bytes here are actually like what we have read, right? Okay. Now, when I want to read exactly this many bytes, we are going to do this. While start is less than bytes, right? I'm going to say that, let's call this position, right? While position is less than bytes. So we have the current buffer, right? So we say that if so like left to read is bytes minus position, right? So we say that if std in buffer size, if the amount left to read is less than or equal to the std in buffer size, it's not std in buffer like here's what no we want to like read the buffer partially also sometimes, right? I need this to be like subarray, right? So like this is like the buffer, this is the buffer, like std in red is std in buffer subarray 0 0. Can you do like a 0 subarray, and then can you do like a subarray of a subarray? You can. Okay, nice. Right? So over here, when I fill the std in buffer, like this is a refill, right? Streams expect you to assign event handlers, and you have a handler for a chunk. Yeah. It's like very different from the API that I'm trying to have here. So we're going to implement the buffering here like this. Right? So this is like bytes, right? And then I say that std in red is std in buffer subarray from 0 to bytes. That's what I want. So we discard everything that we have read before when I call this function, and then I say that now, like, this is, I guess, like, std in unprocessed data is what we have. Okay. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. So when left read is less than or equal than std in unprocessed, not the buffer, length, if it's less than or equal, then I'm just going to... Okay, how do I put this? Okay, we need to do this. std in unprocessed subarray subarray 0 left to read, right? This is the data that I need to add to my current buffer. Buffer. Do I like blit or something? Buffer, is it copy? No, we copy to the target, right? So we do this subarray, and then we copy this into the target, which is buffer at position pos, right? There we go. So we copy this over there. And then we also say that std unprocessed is std unprocessed subarray starting from the left to read, right? So we discard this first by moving it into the buffer, basically, that we are like constructing to read exactly this many bytes. So in this case, I just break the loop. Let's say position plus equal left to read. It's supposed, and then it would break automatically, I guess, right? But it doesn't matter. So if the left to read is more than the unprocessed length, then the entirety of the unprocessed std in should be copied to the buffer at position, right? And then position should be plus equal std in unprocessed length, and then we say that refill std in buffer, right? Okay, I think this is okay. Okay, sure. This is kind of temporary API. Like, this should return the bytes, not the string. But then I would need to like have the conversion and stuff, and like whatever. That's okay. And then read until. Read until is also using this, right? So we do something like this. While C is a character. We want char code at 0, right? Can I say this? I want to say that if code is greater than 0xff, then I'm going to throw error. Can only read until like ASCII character, because otherwise it's a little more complicated. We just want to read until the /n anyway, so it doesn't matter, right? So then we just do something like this. We just do a loop. Say buffer is buffer allocate. Can we allocate the 0 buffer? Buffer to string UTF-8. Then we say that if std in unprocessed can you find a byte? You can find predicate. Find index. The index of the first element. What does the regular one returns? Returns the value of the first element. Yeah, got it. Can you not find like equals? It has to be like the closure. There's index of value, right? That's what I want. Oh wait, you can search for a string actually. Right? Even although this, okay, so this can be a character then, because the index of, even although this is bytes, array buffer, right? I can still just say index of C, right? The encoding of this character should be the UTF-8 encoding, right? We just do a loop here. We try to find the C in the current state unprocessed, right? If, what does this return? -1 or something? -1 if it doesn't contain the value, right? So if I is less than 0, then we are going to just say that buffer. What do I do? Like, do I like? And now I need the growable buffer. Is there a growable buffer in JavaScript? JavaScript growable buffer. A shared array buffer growable. Standard array buffer can be made resizable by providing the max byte length option during construction. Buffer resize. Hold on. So buffer resize, is it? It's only going to be this if you provide the options. But then it needs to be array buffer. Oh my god. You just create a new buffer and then you copy. Nah, that sounds wrong. Oh no, I'm stuck in JavaScript world for the simple task of reading the input for an hour. You create a list of chunks and then concatenate in the end. That's what you do in JavaScript, I guess, right? That's not what you would do in a language like C, though, right? Because it's, I mean, okay, I mean that's okay, sure. Let's say chunks. Let's say chunks is just this thing, right? And then we say like chunks push std unprocessed. Wait, but okay. But std unprocessed is the view into this buffer, right? Or wait, hold on. What happens when you do the subarray? Actually, is this it returns a new buffer that references? Yeah, it references the same memory as the original, right? I want to like not refer to the same memory, right? Which is why it's also not very efficient if I like create a new chunk and then like there's no real lock in JavaScript, which is weird, right? Like, isn't the growable shared array buffer is what it's like supposed to be implemented through with the real lock? I would assume. But then you need to supply the maximum byte length for some reason. Or is it because it is kind of like the maximum capacity and it's like allocating all of this memory immediately? Which means that shared drive buffer is still like the view into of 8 bytes into the slice of 16 bytes. This is weird. Okay, how do I... Okay, we need to create the new buffer, right? Chunk is... I mean, unless there is like a thing. Is there a clone? Maybe? No, there's no clone. So like you have to do it like this. Chunk is buffer, allocate a new buffer of size, esteem and processed length. Then you need to like push this chunk, but before pushing, you need to say esteem and processed copy into the chunk, right? And then so like this is allocation, and then like another allocation is going to be here. You concatenate that in the end. So like I need to figure out the total length. The total length, right? Which is going to be 4 chunk in chunks. Unreachable code detected. Yeah, hold on. If it's more than 0, hold on. Let's do the chunks first. Sure. Oh, you just do buffer concat chunks. Okay. At least like they provide that. Okay. So like because they provide this is the idiomatic JavaScript. Then I'm assuming, right? So we need to concatenate, and then we do a toString UTF-8, which does another allocation because this is UTF-8 and this is UTF-16. Like, okay, that's okay. All right. I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? I have performance problems because of the other reasons. So even if this is like not very efficient, it's okay. This is like a tiny like micro optimization that I could do here, I guess, if it was a different language. Okay, so if we have found the character in the stdin, then I need to do should read until include the character or not include the character in the returned buffer. If I is not 0, I guess we can at least not add this 0-sized chunk. Over here, by the way, like I need to refill stdin buffer, by the way, and this I can do if stdin and processed length is not 0. Okay. So if I is not 0, then we are going to add like this is the last chunk. Over here I'm going to break. In any case. But I'm going to say that stdin unprocessed is stdin unprocessed subarray starting from I plus we need to skip this thing. Or should read until like, I mean, yeah. Read until including this character. I plus C length. It's not length though, because length is the UTF-16 and I need the UTF-8. JavaScript string length UTF-8. Wait, in JavaScript, the standard UTF string length property does not return the UTF-8. Ah, yeah, because it's returning the UTF-16. That's correct. So I must encode it first to figure it out. Oh, we can buffer byte length. Buffer byte length of the character UTF-8, right? There we go. Okay, and over here we allocate the buffer of size I, and then we copy into the chunk. What's going to happen here, by the way? Copy. If there's not enough data. Oh, it returns the number of bytes copied, which is supposed to be I, right? Copied bytes. If copied bytes is not equal to I, throw error. Tested in unprocessed. That's all, right? Property std out is optional. And type std out undefined, std error undefined, std in undefined. Excuse me. Let's see again. Std out just needs the right. Std error just needs the right, and std in just needs read until and read exactly. Okay. Yeah. Why is it not type checking? I don't have this problem. Property std out is incompatible. The undefined is not assignable to the type right. Oh, I need to explicitly say undefined, right? Std in undefined, std out undefined, std error undefined, right? Okay, that helped with this error, and then this over here says also something. Undefined is not assignable to type right void. I mean, I appreciate TypeScript, but this error is not very readable. But I'm just adding the backend here. Oh, backend IO. Wait, but this. Wait, this is not right. Backend IO has this type. That's not even the correct. Oh no, it's yeah. Backend IO is this. It's either has std out, std or std in, or has this as undefined, which is what it's supposed to be, right? Is TypeScript being stupid here and cannot infer the fact that it's properly typed? Actually, can I just say std out? Right? Because like it only knows that that this type is either this or that. No, I mean the type is this. Because like I'm merging the things or something. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be the correct typing. Let's try this. std out is backend IO std out. std error backend IO std error std in backend IO std in. So probably std out is incompatible. Like this is this or undefined. This is so weird. um. Okay, I can like do this. Let's make the print like this. Like it's because like I have this operator where I'm trying to like merge two things. It confuses the type checker probably. Which means that I don't even need to extend it. It's already like extending this thing. And backend IO is going to have print and eprint. That's okay. Print function string void print function string void. Okay, so I'm printing here. Over here, I'm just going to duplicate these two implementations. For the node and the web. Yeah, now it type checks, right? So it's just TypeScript being actually stupid here. I'm surprised. I thought TypeScript can infer everything with all of these operations. It's weird. Okay. Maybe I could convince the type system somehow. All right. So now I have this. I also... I'm not even going to implement this in the interpreter, actually, currently. It's okay. I'm only targeting the JavaScript. Whatever. Maybe. It would probably be easy to do it in the interpreter, though. Alright. But stdio ks cast stdr right, std out right, stdr right. Okay, so in the std in we say read until. This gives us c, which is char, returns string, stdin read until the character. If we have a read exactly this many bytes, read exactly bytes. All right. Kast. Okay. All right. Playground test. Let's do this. stdio stdn read until /n dbg print s. As is stdio stdn read exactly 4 dbg print s loop. Let's see what's going to happen if we do this. All right, so I say hello world. That's going to be hello world. Then I say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, right? So there we go. The exactly 4 is 1 2 3 4. Then until the new line is this, right? I think this is correct. Hello world. Okay, now I'm actually going to be annoyed that we have to do. It's going to be easy to do this in the OCaml, right? Right? Nah, I'm too lazy. We're just going to have this error, which is going to say that no native IO didn't read until in the interpreter. That's okay. JS only raw IO APIs. Okay. So we just did this so that we can read the the thing. Okay. Now we can go back to the JSON RPC. Let's go back to the JSON RPC stuff. What is the ideal Kast API for a function might throw warnings? You would use the effect system for it, I would guess. Same as for the errors, right? I would think. So it's supposed to take the context. If you want for now to be like type safe, then you would have to basically have a function argument which takes the warning, right? A callback on warning or something. But later the context is going to be type safe. So, all right, let's go back to the LSP. So we have read exactly, read until. This is the buffered reader. This is like the general API. Now we can like create the IO, which is the standard IO, right? So we can say JSON RPC using stdio, right? And this is going to create the IO, which is the input. Input is what, right? We say read until is stdio stdin read until and read exactly is stdio stdin read exactly. And output is just a function that does stdio, std out, right. Yep. Std result as from string. Just looks really strange. Yes, why would you do that? Well, I mean, yes. I guess like from string can fail, right? It's supposed to like either return the result, which is what like Rust API does, but we return the type itself, and you want the result, like because I'm supposed to like actually throw an error there, and then like if you want, basically we have the function parse, right? Which in Rust you have to unwrap, but we instead just like throw the exception. If you want the result explicitly, you would say like try parse, basically. Which we could implement, by the way, I guess. But like right now, this actually panics, not throws the error. Whatever. We are going to do it properly later, okay? This is just supposed to say int 32, and it's supposed to be char. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so this compiles, but we don't do anything yet, right? So we have JSON RPC stdio, and now I want to just be able to read the message, right? I mean, what do we even want? What do I even want here? What is the API that I want? When I have like, we start with JSON RPC, not with LSP, right? We just have, so JSON RPC is the thing that has notifications and requests. Requests, responses, and notifications. Those are the three things, right? So when I create the new JSON RPC like handler, JSON RPC like, let's just say new or something. So we need to specify where to read, where to read and write. So the IO, how do we interact with the outside world, right? Then we also need to be able to like handle, I guess this is just like the handler of the requests and notifications is what we want. JSON RPC handler, right? Like that's what the user of the JSON RPC library would implement. Handler is like on notification, right? Is going to, let's just say like we take JSON and then we, so on notification we don't return anything, right? But on response, on the request is supposed to be like, we have a request, we return response, and we will write it, right? So like this over here is going to be the abstraction that like writes this to the std and std out, and we just need to provide these two functions basically, right? Maybe just say run here. JSON RPC run using the IO, using this IO and this handler. Maybe. So, okay. By the way, the the content length and content type, is this part of the JSON RPC? Right, it says that the content part uses the JSON RPC, but this part is like specific to the LSP protocol, right? So we're just supposed to be able to like read the things. It's okay. We're going to make it like more general, I suppose, or something. Maybe we should not call it JSON RPC then. Okay, I'm going to do basically a loop here. I'm going to do a loop. We say IO input read until /n, right? So we are reading the headers. Let's read the header. The last character is supposed to be /r, so what do we have in string? Let's just check, right? If string at string length s-1 is not equal to /r, then panic /r expected or something, right? Then I just say that s is string substring 0 string length s-1. Okay, so we get rid of like the /r because I read until /n. Then after that we need to split the thing using using equal sign, right? Using colon and space. Index of colon. We can only like find a single character, right? Boom, boom. I mean, I just want to do split once, actually. That's what I want. Let name and value is split once using the separator. The value, though, is going to have the space, right? So if value string at 0 is not equal to space, then expected space after colon. Value is value substring 0 1. like this. All right, and then we say that we need to figure out let's return name and value, right? So this is the header. So I say that if header name is equal to, we want specifically the content length here, right? Then content length is equal to parse header value. If header name is equal to content type, then I mean this defaults to this, right? But this can be overridden. I'm going to ignore this. To do maybe check that encoding is UTF-8. Content length is, so like after, wait, yeah, now I need to like read all of the headers, right? Like this. So we have another loop here, right? This is me reading the headers. Read header IO. Read header IO header content length What's the issue with the syntax here? Am I blind? Unexpected then. Why is it then not unexpected? Something is wrong here. Do I need this in parentheses for some reason? Oh wait, it's a let. I need an if, right? Okay. There we go. Dun, dun. Okay, so now that we have the content length, right? Over here also, if content length is some, then I'm going to panic also. Content length present multiple times. Something. That's not supposed to be that, right? Right, so we say that content length is content length unwrap or else panic content length absent, and then we just return the content That's my header. Mm, mm. We need to break out of this loop. When? So like until /n, if this string is empty, basically, right? Basically, if the string is empty, that's when we break. Right? If as string length is equal to 0, then break. Header is not an optional int. Oh, content. Yeah, wait. Content length is read header. No, it's equal to none. All right, now it compiles. Okay, we can read the header. I'm assuming, right? So we say let content length be a read header IO. Okay, and now we just read the content, right? So content itself is IO input read exactly content length, right? And then we need to convert this to JSON, right? So JSON is JSON parse content, right? And now the JSON RPC. Let's see the specification. It's very simple, right? We have different objects. It's either a request. Which has method, params, and ID. Oh, there you go. We have the types here, right? We have message, which is JSON RPC string. Like LSP always uses 2.0, right? So first of all, this must be an object. So, okay, I'm just going to say that let object message be JSON, right? Then we say that oh, this returns a result. Okay, I'm just going to say unwrap here. It's okay. JSON result is not in the prelude. We should add it to the prelude. Use result. Use result in prelude. All right, we have the message, which is just the map from string. So we say message word map get the JSON RPC, right? Unwrap let string JSON RPC be this if JSON RPC is not equal to 2.0, then panic. JSON RPC is not 2.0, but string escape string JSON RPC. Okay. After the JSON RPC, we see. So we have the request is ID method params. The response is this. Wait, can we send the request to the client actually? I'm not sure if we can. Response request. And notification. I just need to figure out the request and the notification, right? Interface notification message. It has methods and params. It just doesn't have ID, right? IDs are only present on the requests so that we know the thing, right? That's like the only difference. Yeah. So we say that if message word map get ID, right, is some ID is integer or string, by the way. It could be both things. Is some ID. Dun, 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 dun. So this is request, basically, right? And otherwise we have notification. So notification, I literally just say that handler on notification. I'm just giving it the. I'm just going to give it the. The entire JSON, I guess, right? That's okay. Over here we say handler on request. So this is synchronous. So we're going to like wait for the LSP to respond. But we can make it async later, I suppose. Let's try the sync first. We say on request JSON. This is response. On request, I feel like what we need is something like a result. JSON and error. What do we have in the case of error? Response error. Number indicating the error type that occurred. What are the error codes? Oh, there are error codes. Parse error, invalid request, method not found, invalid params, internal error. I see. Request failed, but it wasn't technically correct. Server canceled the request. I see. Content modified. The server detected that the content of a document got modified outside of the normal conditions. The server should not send this error code if it detects a content change in its unprocessed messages. I guess if I return the result here, I'm going to just give the message. This is going to be a string. The message that happened wrong. So I'm going to I'm going to say that response is right. Response is supposed to be JSON T, right? So it's going to be an object with the fields, right? That result is this, right? I'm going to say that field response fields is ord map new response fields add. So the request response message, right? It has ID, which is the ID, and then we say match result, right? If it was okay, result, then we say response fields add result, and if it is error, message, response fields add error, object error fields, the new word map, error fields add code. Is this? Or is it going to say that it's internal error? Message is error, is a string error message, right? And code is I guess number internal error. Oh, this is an int 32. Wait, why is it an int 32 though? Isn't that weird? Is it my LSP? Reference is not okay. Over here. This is the actual error. Result is okay or error. Int 32 is not flow 64. Where am I getting the int from? Is it from here? Like, this is supposed to be the floating number, right? Is it because I'm saying that it's a const? That's not supposed to be the case, right? But maybe it's because I'm evaluating, like, it's probably because of the negation, actually. Message. Reference. Okay, this compiles. So these errors that I'm seeing are fake. Okay. So this is the loop of the JSON RPC, right? I think we are almost ready to, like, test it. Right? So when we run the language server, what do? We just say JSON RPC dot run. The IO is going to be using JSON RPC stdin, and the handler is going to be simple. On request, on notification. On request is a function, request into a response. I'm just going to return something like, you know, error. Error. To do respond. Okay, and then on notification, we're going to say notification. Dun, 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 dun. Into also over here we want to say JSON print request received request. Log info. Debug info. For now, info. Over here, we received notification. For now, we just like do the raw JSON here. That's okay. Okay, we need log. And we need output. Anything else? This over here is notification. It's stdio, not stdin. Actually, hold on. What's the print? Print is a reference, right? I think that's this over here. This needs a reference. All right. Let's see. Cast LSP. Unexpected argument LSP. Okay, we need to build. Wait, what? Yes, it's unexpected because in main we need to say like over here, right? If argument is LSP, then we go subcommand LSP CLI args parse. There we go. Cast LSP. Hello world. All right. /r was expected, but it is not there. Okay. I have this thing in my original in the OCaml version. We have LSP stress test main py, and this is going to like. So here's what it's doing, right? It's spamming with requests, and then it first initializes it with the thing that the VS Code actually sent me. So this is a simple thing. Like that. And what we can do is we can like pipe this into cast LSP and see what's going to happen. It's going to have say that /r was expected actually. Did I not write /r there? LSP stress test /n/n. It's supposed to be like /r/n, right? And it's supposed to be /r/n here. Split one separator is not found. What am I sending? Content length this, right? Maybe I should just copy this stress test actually. Yeah, how about that? I just copy the stress test to here. Okay, right? Yeah. So it just like initializes the LSP, then it opens a file and then it like changes it in a loop. That's what we do here. Right, yeah, that's all. And we don't like care about the input here. Yes, R bin and Python 3, sure. Okay. So doing split ones over here, right? How about we dbg print s so that I know what is the string that we have read so far. I'm reading content length this much, and then we see the just slash r. Oh, I see. Like it's the length is 0 after I remove the slash r. Right, like this. That's okay. A little bit inefficient. That's fine. Okay. Wait, I received notification. Text document did change. Oh, because yes, this is only the notifications actually. I'm wondering if it actually. Hold on. Here's what I'm wondering: is it parsing it quick enough? Because like this Python code, it's spamming it with what? Is it? It's 20 requests a second, right? 20 notifications. This is only notifications, which is why we're not crashing here, right? But yeah, I am receiving notification. There you go. We have did change document, whatever, whatever. That's probably okay. All right, let's do this now. Let's do this. Can I test this LSP without like getting rid of this LSP though? So here's what we have in the cast. I right now have the cast binary set to cast bootstrap instead, right? And we want to remove this. So then we just restart the cast language server and see what's going to happen. Is it going to say anything? Nope. Did I not save it? I definitely saved the setting, right? If I say cast LSP though, like I should not have the syntax highlighting and this hovers anymore though. And to like after changing this setting, I'm supposed to reload the extension. Maybe. Let's just reload the window here. See what's going to happen. It's going to complain that the LSP crashed or something, right? Where's my cast language server? Channel has been closed. No, this is Git lens crashing or something. Am I not even going to, like, see the Kast language server now? Like, is it broken completely? The VS Code is not telling me that it's, like, trying to do something. The extension is activated. What's wrong? Cast restart. Is it not even trying to start it? Cast LSP. Like, I expected to see the error message that, like, something, something. Okay, how about we panic here? Panic. Cast LSP. Oh wait, Cast LSP doesn't panic here? Oh, because I need to build. And right now it's not building because, like, because it actually is holding the lock, right? It is holding the lock. So there actually is a cast process currently, right? There is 2 cast LSP processes. Oh, wait. So is something that happened is that I have created the response object, but I did not write it, right? So VS Code is waiting for the LSP to send the response to the... No. I'm supposed to crash before that, because, like, I'm not even getting here. No. I'm having the error message. I'm not panicking. I need to write the response here. So we have the response object. And now I need to print it to the thing. Do I do the same stuff, like content length, content type, when I am responding to the client, right? I think that is it, right? But then, by the way, I would also need the content length to be in bytes, not in the length of the string, by the way. Right? I can implement this here, like, explicitly or something. Just for the JavaScript, just like temporarily or something. So have the response. First, we need to convert this to a string, JSON. I need to convert this to the dependency type, and then say, because, like, there's 2 JSON libraries that we currently use. So let's import that one, convert it into that, and then say JSON. I mean, I just do toString. Alright. IO response. Let's have function write, which is IO. Message, which is JSON. Right. So we'll say that contents is message JSON to dependency and then to string. So I will need to IO write two strings. I will need to write content length I need to write to string content length. I need to write /r/n twice. And after that, write the contents. And that's all, right? I just need to figure out what is the length, because this is not the size of the string. It's the size of the encoded string. Which I don't do currently. So we will say that content length is going to be a native JavaScript thing. It's what, like buffer? Byte length. This is what I want, right? It's buffer byte length of the contents UTF-8. That's what I want. Yeah, there we go. Now if I kill Kast, then server initialization actually failed. Okay. But yeah, we always want to write response. Otherwise, it was waiting for the response for the initialization script, which makes sense. Why it was hanging. Although, why did I not like... I don't know, maybe there should be some logs in the extension. Why is my stuff still locked, though? Who is locking it? There is 5... Wait, no, yes, there is 5 processes which are doing the LSP, actually. Okay, we need to pkill. Is this the only Node.js processes? I don't think so. Pkill flock. Can you build now, please? No, there's still 4 processes doing the LSP. How do I kill these ones specifically? Kill that. Kill that. Kill that. Kill that. There's also this one. No target on LSP. This needs to be killed. To depth is not there. Okay. Jason. It's called into depth. Alright, it's going to work now. Right? And it's not going to leave the... right is not there. IO... It's not input and output. Unless we want input out... the output to have like the right method, I suppose. Maybe that's what I do. Output is right, is that. So it's like structured. Then we just say not IO right, but IO output right. Okay, come on. First try. Restart Kast language server. Client is not running and cannot be stopped. Its current state is start failed. Okay, so there you go. So we have failed the thing. The Kast language server says panic. Triple exclamation marks. Okay. Panic. This is in the very beginning. Let's get rid of this line. Because like we're supposed to actually receive the error message up to do respond, right? Because I'm not responding to the initialization request. Right? So yeah, Kast language server crashed 3 times, server initialization failed, go to the output. Oh wait, it says no Kast impl found actually. That's a different one. That's when I'm trying. I guess. Wait, what? Oh, it's because Nigel did not do it as a to string thing or something. Let's see. Dependency JSON lib to string. No, there's value as to string, right? JSON value as to string. I thought this is the tray that was not found. I mean, maybe it still is, and we have a bug. By the way, that could be the thing. Right, let's dbg print message. A bug in Kast, how is that even possible? There's like 1,000 bugs. No, it's not like bugs. There is some to-dos. There's maybe just a couple bugs. It's not that buggy, I promise. I would have ninja. Oh, type is not inferred at the spans this. Kast LSP line 87. Wait, what? I'm trying to do something here. Oh, I see. I understand. ToString over here. See, I'm doing ToString content length. That's my bug, right? So because I'm using the native JavaScript expression here, I have not specified the type of this. The Kast has not inferred this variable, right? So I'm trying to do ToString of the not inferred type. And so I cannot cast the uninferred variable to the ToString trait. So we need to specify specifically that the byte length is the what, an integer, right? There we go. I don't even need to gprint here. That makes sense. I do have these warnings, right? That I'm transpiling the not inferred variables. Like this thing over here is not inferred for some reason. And this is not inferred. This is not inferred because this is a panic. This one makes sense. Wait, actually does it? I thought I fixed this one. It's because it's a semicolon. This can be any type, and panic returns any type, literally. And some iteration. I don't know. I will look into that. All right, restart. Okay. Connection to server is erroring. Header must provide a content length property. Oh. I'm printing something. Wait, what? I have printed the request. That's what's happened. That is what happened. I have printed the request over here. Somewhere in the LSP. Right? I say JSON print, like over here, right? This is printing to the std out, a received request. I'm supposed to print this to the std error, right? Let's do something like output std output into std error. How about this? Into std error. What is that? Or something. Well, I mean, this is already a log. Like, I just need to change my logs to write to the std error instead of to the std out. Log. So log just prints to the current output, but it should. Is it the output that should have like two different things? Right, I'm just creating the std out output. How about I say this? Std out is context output t. Std error is context output t, and in the log I will say something like you know, I'm going to say with output being current std error, like this. Down, 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 do 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 do. Let's say new print string unit. This is going to use print, you know, and then in the main I'm going to say, you know, with std out being std being new output using stdio print, and there's going to be new output on stdr is new output stdio be print, and output is just current std out. Like by default we just do std out, I guess. Right? It's kind of sad looking without this index highlighting. Now, some keywords are highlighted for some reason. I think because it's based on the text-made grammar now, which is just some example thing. Why is the Kast LSP still running though? If they said that it was erroring out. Why is this process still left here? I don't get it. Oh, wait, it's a loop. The std in was closed. Right? What if I say this? Echo hello into Kast LSP, right? Like hello /r/n. No. Let's just do echo this. Incorrect index. Let's do /r/n. Content length is absent. Content length 0. JSON cannot be empty. Maybe that's not the case. I don't know. This debug printing is not necessary anymore. Let's kill this process. Oh, it's like, and it still restarts it, right? But like, if it crashes, then why is my process still alive? Can you not kill it, please? I'm using like some default LSP like for the extension. Maybe I should take a look at what they are doing there. Like I would expect it to kill the process if like it couldn't connect with it, right? Can I p kill a node target main mjs? Only one pattern can be provided. Can I give you this pattern? Pattern that searches for process name longer than 15 characters will result in 0 matches. Huh? There we go. Okay, thank you. Now, like, now that I crashed it like 5 times, it's not going to restart it, right? Now I can actually build unexpected current punctuation. Wait, what? Why is that unexpected? Why is that unexpected? Or maybe it's not possible to do it inside of the with for some reason? Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's not. Weird, but okay. Yeah, I cannot do with... I need to fix my priorities, I guess, in the parser to allow this without parentheses. Alright, let's try it again. Restart cast language server. Okay. No, it still receives this thing. Content length 57. Wait a second, am I like printing everything to the error now? That's not what I'm supposed to do, right? std out is just stdio print. Current std out. Let's just do the LSP stress test. Right? It says received notification and things. This is the info. This is supposed to go into the oh, wait a second. I know why. It's because in the log, I'm changing to the std only when I'm printing the message, right? But I'm also printing the other thing, which is like the trace debugging for like this thing, right? Yeah, so I should just say that output is my std when I'm printing all of the things. There we go. Just build. Cupid man. That's not me. I am Coolty man. Can I like redirect the std to dev null, right? And then we will be only see the std out. There we go. This is my std out. Content length 57. Error code this message to respond to the ID 0. Okay. Okay. Restart cast language server. There we go. Look at this. We have literally the message. This is the message that I sent myself. To do respond. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. We have talked to the VS Code here from Kast. Is my process still alive? It is. Why is it leaving the process alive, though? That's something that I don't understand. Here's my VS Code extension. I literally just say that LSP language client, and the only options is that my command is cast LSP. That's like all that I'm doing. So like this is from VS Code language server client node. So this is like the official client. Is this guy like not expecting the server to crash, and it leaves the process to be there even though we cannot talk to it? Why not kill it? I don't understand. Which language do you know? I know all the languages. Which language do I not know? I know JavaScript. I know TypeScript. I know Rust. I know Kast. I know Camel. I know Haskell. I know everything. Rico Wilson. Or language for talk with people? Ew, talking with people? I don't do that. Okay, okay, fine. I'll just kill this 10 times, and then it's going to be like that's how we restart, because like apparently like the VS Code language client just leaves the process be there. Otherwise, you don't know English very well. Oh, that's what we talk on this stream, though. All right, so what's the next step? Now that I have read basically the request of the initialization, right? Let's look at the specification again, right? So we have the notification request whose methods start with $/ are messages which are protocol implementation dependent and might not be implementable in all clients or servers. For example, if the server implementation uses a single-threaded synchronous programming language, then there is a little a server can do to react a cancel request notification. So the $/ is something that is not necessary to implement, and the other ones are necessary to implement. Is that right? Language server protocol. Capabilities. Request notification and response ordering. Message documentation. Basic JSON structures. We have URIs. URI is complete. Do you think it will work on Windows with this? The project readme. Regular expressions. Wait, what does regular expression have to do with the LSP? Regular expression is a powerful tool and there are actual use cases for them in the language server protocol. However, the downsides with them is that almost every programming language has its own set of regular expression features, so the specification cannot simply refer to them as a regular expression. So the LSP uses a two-step approach to support regular expressions. The client will announce which regular expression engine it will use. This will allow servers that are written for a very specific client make full use of the regular expression capabilities of the client. The specification will define a set of regular expression features that should be supported by a client. Instead of writing in a specification, LSP will refer to the ECMAScript regex specification and remove features. All right. I don't know. It's I guess it's used somewhere. Two kinds of enumeration: integer-based and string-based. Text documents. All right. So how do I respond to the initialization? Life cycle messages. Initialize request is set as the first request for the client to the server. If the client receives a request on notification before initialize, it should act as follows. For a request that the response should be an error with this. The message can be picked by the server. Notifications should be dropped except for the exit notification. Oh wait. We should okay, so maybe it's trying to quit the server by giving us the exit notification. Is that right? Is that why my process is like still hanging there? I'm supposed to react to the notification. Let's take a look at the output. So we have received the request. I guess I can disable the coloring here. But I did not receive the notification of the exit. Actually, no, I did not. No, so that's not what is happening. I mean, unless... No, this is the single request. This is the initialization request where like it specifies what the capabilities are of the VS Code client. There is no notification that I received. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're just going to see the method is initialize, right? I'm going to ignore the the entirety of the initialization request, right? So let's first say this. This is going to be a debug, I suppose. All right. JSON let object field object request is a request. Method is request ord map get method option unwrap. Right? Then we say that if method is equal to initialize then we are going to return initialize request. Okay. I need to like create this state here or something, you know? State. For now, I'm going to have no state, but later I will. So like on the request, on the notification, those are the things which have state and request. Right, and over here we initialize, we say state, initialize request. So over here we say state is empty, on request is request on request state request notification, on notification state notification. Right, so now we can say initialize, that's going to be state, and request. Okay, so this should return the response. Return okay. State initialize request. To do a respond to method, right? Okay, when we initialize, we need to send the response, which is the initialize response. We have params. That is a request. Oh, we have some capabilities there. A notebook capabilities. Initialize result is defined as follows. We have capabilities, which are server capabilities, and we have server info, name, the name of the server as defined by the server, the version as defined by the server. Okay, let's start with the server info here. Response fields is object response fields. We will probably want like the type to like right now I'm creating the JSON objects which are like completely untyped, but yeah. Let's start with that though. I'm going to add server info. Server info. Server info is another object with the fields. Name, cast, language, server. Is that how we define it? Where is it even shown? Is it even shown anywhere? Server. That's my name. Version. Version. Version whip. We can write anything there, right? And we have server capabilities. Oh, wait, hold on. Position encoding. Oh, position encoding. The server picked for the encodings. Oh, you can actually like encode the positions differently. I see. So like I was like looking for that in the documentation. But you can encode using UTF-8 or UTF-16 or UTF-32. Okay, nice. That actually simplifies things, right? Yeah, it defaults UTF-16. Yeah, but that's different from like from when you click the link in the terminal. That's the thing that I was looking up previously. That one doesn't use a UTF-16. It uses the display widths instead. Okay. Dun, dun. By the way, this should be like string because we're making the JSON. PR opened to the cast. No. Oh, to the URI. Implement proper URIs. Wait, is it proper URIs? I thought you said that it's unnecessarily complicated. So you actually did all of the things. Well, I guess you did not like parse the query into like the parts, right? Because like, yeah. Okay, and you have tests. Amazing. Tests. We like tests. Tests good. Yes. All right, what was I doing? Initialize. And you add another field which is called. Let me do this. Let's just start by initializing the server. We just say capabilities, right? capabilities. Okay. Well, I mean, technically, position encoding is optional, but we do want to set it, right? So let's actually set the position encoding. And position encoding is going to be position encoding. And position encoding is actually like dependent. I should probably like have that in the standard library somewhere. I mean, right now we are obviously only targeting the JavaScript, so it doesn't matter. We're just going to say UTF-16 here, but the native target would use the UTF-8, I suppose. So like that's the string encoding. That we use. Text document sync defines how text documents are synced. If is either a detailed structure defining each notification or for backwards compatibility, the text document sync kind number. If omitted, it defaults to sync kind none. What can we specify here? Open and close notifications are sent to the server. If omitted, open closed notifications should not be sent. Change notifications are sent to the server. I mean, why would I opt out of these notifications? Because the language server like already knows which files it should look at. Change notifications are sent to the server. Yeah. Sync kind. Documents should not be synced at all. Documents are synced by always sending the full content. Documents are synced by sending the full document on open. After that, only incremental updates to the document are sent. Did I read the first line of libks? In the Yuri? Yuri mentioned? Okay, I think like for simplicity, we can just say that text document sync kind is full, so always send the full content of the document, right? Which just simplifies the things. Yeah, but this is for like improving the performance a little bit. Makes sense. Text document sync. I think I want that for sure. You know what? This over here is where we should just use the JSON. You know, like why am I even writing it like this? I'm going to rewrite it anyway into like the thing, the structured thing. You know, how about we say initial LSP? Okay, you know what? We're going to have a folder called LSP. And we're going to have init JSON here. Folders, yeah, imagine. LSP. LSP. 10. I don't think we should like call the things lib if like other things are in the same folder. Something similar to Python, so that and then they are stored. They are like in the prefix in the file viewer. You know. Do we want underscore underscore init underscore underscore ks? What do we want here? I'm just going to call this LSPKS for now. So yeah, initialize over here. This should return the JSON, and all that I'm going to do is I am going to say JSON parse. I will evaluate this at no, I don't want to evaluate this at compile time. Forget about it. JSON parse, because it doesn't work for some reason. It's the path dir name of this file plus /init JSON, right? It's the DFS read file. We are parsing this JSON, and that's what I'm returning. There we go. Init JSON. All right, this is going to be just easier, right? We say server info name version capabilities position encoding UTF-16. We're just going to commit to that. All right, next text document sync is open close true change is 1, which is full. Defines how notebook documents are synced. What is notebook documents? What is notebook documents even? Notebook plus its cells to be synced to the server. You just had an idea. Can you steal my rewind shader? Sure. You have access to the code, right? We can just ignore this, probably, right? Completion provider, we don't have the completion support. We don't have hover support now. We don't have signature help provider, declaration provider, definition provider, type definition provider, implementation provider, references provider, document highlight provider, document symbol provider, code action provider, code lens provider, document link provider, color provider. What's the document color? That's something different. Document color options extends work done progress options. Document color. Color information, range color. Oh, wait, is it when you have in your code the specification of the color, like RGBA 123, then yeah, then the VS Code can like give you the thing which previews the color, right? Like when you write CSS, right? Test CSS, right? You can have background color RGBA 0001 or something, right? And this like gives you the color. Can you also customize it, by the way, in VS Code? Do they not give me like the color wheel? Yeah, this thing, right? Is this also done by the LSP? So I don't know if I want that. Like, so like in order to do this though, we need to provide the like I feel like we can do this with the compile time evaluation during the LSP. You know, if you have a custom type, which is a color, then you can like do something that where the LSP will like detect you initializing the color in code actually, even with custom types and everything. Custom type sound, and it opens a digital audio workstation. Yeah, imagine. Document formatting provider, document range formatting provider, rename provider, folding range provider, selection range provider. I feel like I want to start with the selection range provider. This is the simplest one to do, I think. Linked editing a range provider. This is the one like when we have parsed the file, you can like expand your selection or shrink the selection. Moniker provider. What is a moniker? Semantic tokens would be like the next one. I think selection range, then semantic tokens, and then formatter. What's a moniker?
Moniker.
A name? Like alias? Whether server provides moniker support. What does it mean in the terms of the LSP though? Monikers. Language server index format introduces a concept of symbol monikers to help associate symbols across different indices. This request adds capability for LSP server implementations to provide the same symbol moniker information given at a text position. Clients can utilize this method to get the moniker at the current location in a file user is editing and do further code navigation queries in other services that rely on LSFIF indexes and link symbols together. Moniker request is sent for the client to the server to get symbol monikers for a given text document position. An array of moniker types is returned as a response to indicate possible monikers at a given position. Like, what's the example of some language doing that, though? Is this where, like, I have the raw identifier, for example? and like the actual name of the identifier is the like not the entire token, but like the parsed string there or something, or is it something else? Type hierarchy provider. Hierarchy? Inline value provider. What's inline value? The inline value request is sent to the client to compute inline values for a given text document that may be rendered in the editor at the end of lines. At the end of lines? Like if I have computed something at compile time, then I could give you the inline value? Is that the use case for it? It's like inlay hint, but for values specifically. And inlay hint is like, can be in the middle of the line, right? And inline value is at the end of the line. Inlay hint provider, diagnostic provider, workspace symbol provider, workspace, specific server capabilities, workspace folders. The server supports workspace folder. The server is interested in file notifications requests. The server is interested in receiving will create files request. Did create file notifications. Did rename, will rename. Did delete, will delete. Experimental server capabilities. Diagnostic provider. All right, so technically we don't need to even initialize anything, right? And this is already enough for me to start receiving the notifications about the things, right? So if I just build the stuff here, if it builds, hopefully. It doesn't. Right, but because like now that I put it here, all of the things are, yeah. Yeah, I should like fix like the fact that I only have relative paths here basically. But it's okay. Just because I put it in a folder. Not mutable state. Must be mutable. So we're going to have the language server, which is not doing anything, but it's supposed to receive the requests, right? Method. Method is a string method like this. Row inference failure. JSON scene is not result. Where exactly? Somewhere. On notification, this should return JSON T. Notification itself is JSON. This JSON, this JSON, right? State initialize, okay. Error. Initialize request is JSON. Returns JSON. Right? Like what's exactly wrong here? This one? Oh, because JSON parse returns the result. That's right. Maybe it should not. Maybe it should not. Actually. State initialize. JSON is not ORD map. Right, because initialize... like doing pipe /n method. I don't know. I mean, this is how the OCaml formatter formats it too. And also like if you write Rust, then you have like you know, like some chain, and then you say over here, you know, dot foo dot boo and everything, you know, like the dot is on this line, not on the line before, right? I feel like it's in general, like if about math and other things, like if you want to say like 2 plus 2 on multiple lines, I think I would do it like this still, instead of this, you know, because like over here, you now look at this line, and it looks like as like the beginning of the thing instead of the continuation. You have no idea what's happening or any experience with game development, but this is interesting. I'm not doing game development currently. I'm not working on my game. I'm working on my programming language, and I'm creating the language server for it. I mean, I already have it, but I'm doing the rewriting of the language in itself, which is called self-hosting. And I have the parser, and I want to have the language server, which is going to use the parser to do this index highlighting and formatting. Does that make sense? And this over here on the screen is my programming language, which I have disabled the LSP because I have switched to the self-hosted LSP, which doesn't do this index highlighting yet, so we don't see all of the syntax being highlighted anymore. All right, anyway, what does this say? JSON is not ORD map because initialize. Okay, or why does it want to be the ORD map though? Maybe it's because on request is supposed to just return the JSON. Right? Yeah. So this initialize, it says JSON parse. JSON parse should return the JSON. State initialize where that returns JSON. Oh, wait. This should not return error. Yeah, right, because this is error, this is okay, but this is JSON, right? So like it actually has to be just state initialize. We're going to not do the results here, right? Yes, instead we're going to panic. I like panicking. It's okay. I could catch it. Throw an error instead, maybe. Whatever. Unwind must be expression. Wait, what do you mean must be expression? Oh, wait, is the return higher priority than the pipe operator for me currently? Yes. I'm trying to pipe the return state into the initialize, which is not correct. That is actually something that I should change in my syntax. So return has the priority of 40, but the pipe has the priority of this. And I mean, yeah, the math operators are also supposed to be higher priority than the returns. For sure. The comparison operator should be higher priority than the return. The not, the and should be higher priority. The current should be higher priority. I mean, it's almost like everything. I don't know about return if. That's probably not the one that I want. Unless I change the priorities here. Yeah, this is a little weird. I think something else should be moved actually. Let's for now do it over here at priority 7-7. Okay. Is it still going to parse my? Yeah, everything's going to be parsed. Change priority of return. Let's not wait for it to be updated. Let's instead just do in another one, just build. Wait, can I not load like the previous derend that was loaded before? The previous successful flake? I guess I cannot. Alright, well, we'll wait for it then. Dun, 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 dun. JSON is not ORD map. Okay, now we are piping this. State into initialize. This is correct. Okay, why does it think that it's an ORD map, though? ORD map string, because right, like, because initialize returns that. Something else, like something about my type inference, like is wrong, I guess. So if I don't do anything here, is it going to be built where I don't respond to this actually? No, JSON-T is not a unit. On notification. Wait, on notification does not return this. This actually returns nothing. Result is not JSON. Okay, once again. On request. Oh, wait. Yes. Yeah. On request. They should return like. Okay, they should return result. Okay. Here we go. We say okay on request. That what was missing. Right? No. Comment this line back. I'm so bad at my own language. I have like what's the issue here? State initialize request. Right, this is supposed to return the JSON. And this returns JSON. So it's supposed to work. But it instead says that JSON is not ORed map. Like it's. Oh wait, hold on. Shape mutable LSP state and JSON T is not mutable LSP state and ORed map. Request. Wait, request. Initialize. Request. Oh, look at this over here, right? It's because I shadow my variable request. Right, because yeah, that makes sense. Let's call this request fields. All right, yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was the return type, but it was the argument. Okay, now everything compiles. Restart Kast language server. Output. Kast. Restarting server failed. What does the nix dir for Kast have man? I'm building the opam package, and then like I guess like this nix library that I'm using to build ocaml generates the man. Maybe like it's supposed to put the actually generated ocaml docs there or something. I'm not sure. I have not looked into what this library does. Why are you even inspecting the nix there for Kast? I never inspect my nix things. Almost. Alright, let's kill this. And then restart Kast LSP. Kast. Okay, hold on. Kast LSP. No. Stress test Kast LSP. So this was my response, by the way. Yeah. Wait, do I not change the notifications anymore? Or do I not receive the notifications anymore? Like, I have not redirected the things here. You don't have use LSP, so you often have LSP delete often. I see. Like, am I... Why am I not seeing the STD out? Oh, it's because I changed it to log debug. Okay, log debug is not being... Okay. Let's change this back to log info, actually. Right. Also, one of the other things that I want is maybe to get rid of the colors. Can I say output? Can I say output? And can I say, like, colors? Use color color boolean. Let's do that. Color is going to be true by default. We should like detect if we are running the terminal or not, right? It should be like auto there. But over here we say that output open mode, close code, write code. If output color, only then we're doing these things. There we go. Indentation. If current output that color is current output dot color. And in main, I want something like in my arguments, command line arguments, right? I'm going to say color boolean. So I'm going to say color. I'm just going to say that current std out color is true. It's color current std error color is color. I'll want to change that API later, but that's okay. And I want to say color is sparse. All right, it's been almost 4 hours. Do you guys think I'm going to have that? LSP. At least receiving notifications. String is not unit. Color is parse. String argv. Okay, this is different. This is a different parse function. String parse. Oh my god, what is wrong here? Oh, because I did not specify it in the type. No, I did specify, right? Color is boolean. Color is boolean. But the color is not present here. Somewhere. Did I forget to save, maybe? Or did it not save automatically yet? Okay, there we go. Okay. And Kast language server. Okay, Kast language server has a bunch of outputs. There we go. Oh, look at this. It actually stored this. It did open this file, right? Nix store. This thing. I still have the colors here, by the way, but yeah, this is the contents of the so I have all of the open files right now available to my LSP, actually, right? I have received notifications that my file in the Nix store syntax.ks has been opened. Yes, yes, yes. All right, nice. Nice. I should just like do what? Like when I'm running the LSP, the like the std error and std pum, 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 pum. Let's just say current stdr color is false, I guess. Well, I mean std out too. All right, but it doesn't matter. I have been receiving the notifications. Okay. So, like I said, I think the first and the simplest actual request to the LSP is the selection range. Selection range as client capability. Client capability, server capabilities. There we go. It is called document link support. What is a document link provider, by the way? The document links request is sent from the client to the server to request the location of links in document. Interesting. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you like doing the markdown editing, you can say that this over there is a link, right? So that you can click on it. What was it called? Selection range provider, right? There you go. We have selection range registration options. Text document registration options. Document selector. A document selector to identify the scope of the registration is set to null. The document selector provided on the client side will be used. Static registration options. ID. The ID can be used to deregister the request again. Registration ID. We just want selection range options. And selection range options is just work done progress options. We just work progress done. First one type definition for the server capability looks like. Initiating work done progress. Work done progress can be initiated in two ways: by the sender of a request using the predefined work done token property in the request parameter literal. Consider a client sending a text document reference request to a server and the client accepts work done progress, reporting on that request. To signal this to the server, the client would add a work token property into the reference request parameters, something like this. Work done token. The token used to report work done progress. Using the generic progress notification, develop payload is a progress notification, work progress done begin. I'm not going to do that yet, but like I see that you can like, so you can report the percentage of the work done on like the requests. So when I'm doing like, for example, formatting of the document, we can like figure out how much have we formatted already if it's really slow or something. Well, I mean, when doing the actual like compilation, I guess that could actually do the percentage. How would we calculate the percentage, though? That would be interesting, right? I mean, the based on the files, right? That could be done, for example, based on the ASTs, because I'm compiling the ASTs technically, right? I could do something. So like the editor actually shows the message that like the LSP is doing some work, and will show it to me. I think it's actually showing in the status bar over there. I think I've seen like that stuff. Oh, no. All right, anyway, we don't want that right now. We just want selection range options. Am I supposed to like give you the empty object here, I guess? So like by just having the object, we say that we support the selection ranges, right? Okay. Let's do init, right? We just do selection range provider is empty object like this, right? And then if I build this thing here, and if I restart my Kast language server, Now it crashes, right? To do respond to text document selection range. So now that I have said to the VS Code that I support this request, when I tried to use it, it failed. So it doesn't calculate it like when I just opened the file. So I pressed like Alt Shift right, which is the key to expand selection, and that sends the request to this server. Okay, let's do that. LSP. If method is equal to text document selection range, then return state text document selection range request text document selection range You know what? Before we do that, panic to do. Before we do that, since I am receiving the notifications about all of the files being open and changed, we are going to actually use the state. So what we need is the map from the so that I don't parse the files on every request, right? We only parse them every time they change. So we say parsed files, is going to be an ORD map from a URI, which we cannot put in the ORD map directly currently. So we will do a string into the parsed result, and a parsed result is the syntax tree. So AST, right? Which means that I need to import the AST. And also we're going to update the URI, update the JSON dependency. Can I just... Well, we'll see. Parse files. Like, I just literally just need to parse the files. Notification. I want to also do this notifications. That object fields is notification, right? Notification also has a method. So I'm going to say that if method is equal to something, text document did open. We have a notification initialized, notification text document did open, and text document did change is another one, right? Did open, or let's just do text document did open notification state just return, and did change is did change. Did open state notification. Do I call it N? This doesn't return anything. Date change. Okay, so on both of these are actually going to say like update file. We'll need the URI. I mean, technically, you know what? Technically, we like over here, unless I like import the syntax from other files, which I don't do yet, I don't even need to access the file system. I don't even need to parse the URIs. I can keep them as they were in the JSON right now. So I can just do that for now. URI contents string, right? Like this. And this is what I'm doing, where I'm doing something, right? So I'm say update file, URI contents. I feel like these two are probably the same, right? Let's see. Did open has just text document item, which has URI, which is document URI, which is just a string. Language ID, version, and text. The content of the open text document. Right? So I just need to have the text document. Let's do text document. Because that's going to be a JSON, right? I'm just going to say that fields object fields is notification. It's going to be a reference then. It's a little weird. Let's do a reference. I'm going to get the text document. And if you do the change, then you have text document, content changes. Yeah, it's actually like a different thing. Because I will have like the full thing anyway, right? Yeah, we will have the new text of the whole document because that's what I have requested. Right? Okay. Okay, I don't do the text document. No. Say URI. And we have contents. So this over here we say text document is this. And then I say that URI and contents is what we want. Text did open has yeah, they call it text, and on change it's also text. Fine, let's call it text. But I'm going to have it called contents over there. All right, and when we do change, I'm going to say that did change means that we have content changes, but then we also have text document, which is a versioned text document identifier, which has the URI inside there. Okay, right. This one was text. I will just have the URI here only. Right, and then we have changes, which is a list. Right, let changes be content changes. There's supposed to be only a single one in this case, right? So it's going to be change. And then the change is supposed to be the object change. And text is change get text wrap. This is supposed to be string text. Okay. Does this compile? So now, like now, we basically can react to changes also. I just need to like the file has been updated or update or open, I guess. Let's call this open or change document. Let's call that instead. Unwrap. Reference to the ordered map is not ordered map over here. This should be a reference. Could not find Yuri in scope. Oh, it's like text document Yuri. How many times have I made a typo on the unwrap? Oh no. state is not hello. Oh, right. State is not empty tuple. It actually is not. That is correct. Because we have the parsed files, right? So I need to say that parsed files is ord map new. Okay. And we have compiled. Now what is left is we need to parse the files. So let's say parse. This over here, right? Rule set paths. Token stream parsed. Like all of this needs to be extracted, but let's forget about it for now. Let me just copy paste this code here and copy it into the LSP. So when the document is opened or changed, we say that rule set path is just, I'm going to have it just over there for now, right? Then we're going to parse the rule set. There we go. Then we need to redefine. So the source now is this. Or we say Yuri is source. Source. I need source and position. I probably need span. I'll put another PR on Yuri, fixing a bug. I'm not just sure if I like. Actually, why is my code compiling? Oh, because I'm not using the Yuri from your library yet, right? That's why. Right, but like in my source, I do have the Yuri. No, wait, no, it is in the dependency. Oh, because you did the same thing. You have new path, right? Okay. But do you have what do you have there also? You have new path, spec path, to string. Is there a from string? Like I need to parse. Yeah, you just have the from string, right? Implementation. Sure. Obviously. Okay. So just say source Yuri. So like over here, Yuri. Like I'm wondering if like should we parse the Yuri and then like convert it back to string to report it back to the VS Code, or should I try to keep the URIs as like as these? Because potentially, I don't know. Can the conversion like I mean it's universal, it's like it's unique, right? The U means unique resource identifier, right? Or something. So like if we convert to string and then back, we're supposed to get the same string, right? So it doesn't matter. So then we can make this to be a Yuri, of course. So let's load the Yuri lib. You have is empty. String length. You can move this function outside of the module because we don't have the private things yet, right? So if I import this, this is going to pollute my global namespace. But it's okay. I guess Yuri, we just are supposed to import Yuri lib star. But HTTP foo will become HTTP foo. That's probably okay though, right? I think. I mean, is foo hashtag nothing is actually valid URI? Like, is what does the spec say there? Yes. So is that a bug that it's lost like that, or is that not a bug? I don't know, really. Or are those two supposed to be treated as the same URI? Source is, we have URI, we have contents. So this takes the URI, open and change doc, right? We are going to say that URI over here. We say just URI is parse URI. URI is parse URI. That should work. I mean, wait, was it a, what is it? Is it source there, right? Dependency, you're right. Yes, we have the source there. Which makes sense. Could not find Lexer in scope. Token stream. Syntax parser. And parser. Gotta sleep. Okay. Good night. I'm probably going to end soon. I don't think I'm going to implement like the entirety of the LSP things that I want today. I'm being slow, but I want like at least some feature of the LSP working. So we'll start with this ranges. I think should be doable. I just need to parse the AST here first. So I don't want to print the AST though. No, we just say parsed is parse, right? Also, all of these things can fail, and we need to ignore the failures. So, like Lexer, this thing can fail. So we do have this stop on error and things. We're going to introduce another handler for the errors, right? Error, right? We have error handler. Report and unwind. A report. Yes. Yes, this over here should not be the current output. It should instead be current handler context handle span message. I think, isn't this code like literally the same? It is. So we handle, and if like, and over here also, I don't need to check on stop on error because yeah, we just handle the error and then we unwind. That's like, yeah, okay. That was unnecessary. So I just need to create my own handler. That's all. Over here, right? We say with error handler context b stop on error false handle is. So we have span and message. I'm just going to ignore them for now completely. Otherwise, like, this is supposed to be the diagnostics, which we would also, yeah. Maybe diagnostics actually is like the easier one here. So we have the parsed file. It's supposed to like not fail because it's error resilient, because it's the LSP. It's supposed to never fail parsing. It's supposed to get us something, maybe incorrect AST, but we will get the AST. And over here we just say state parsed files add. Oh yeah, but over here I cannot use the URI, right? URI lib. It's a little bit annoying. Can I just say URI? Yeah, they just have two string. So over there, I add parsed AST, and that is all, right? Okay. Let's see if it's built. Then I'm going to. So we are supposed to get to this, to the panic to doom, when we actually get to the selection range. But I'm supposed to successfully parse the file, right? And error needs to be imported. Boop, 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 boop. Need mutable reference to the parsed files. Text document did open failed. Wait, sending notification failed? Go to output. Kast language server. Huh? What happened? What happened? What is my stress test? What am I opening? I'm just opening this print hello world. Let's see if this works, right? Stress test, Kast LSP. Wait, broken pipe? What do you mean broken pipe? Kast? Wait, Kast is not found command anymore? Wait, what? Kast? Broken pipe. Unwrapped none. Hold on. I have unwrapped none. I did get the notification. I received notification. JSON RPC did open. And then I unwrapped a none somewhere. Did open. I call the did open function. And then it fails somewhere inside there. Where do we unwrap? Text, document, URI, like one of these two things, right? These are the only unwraps that I have. Wait, so the output. No, the terminal output. We have. Oh, it's params. Right. I need to have the params first. This is the notification. Notification needs to have the params. Object params is. Oh my god. I need to do some syntax sugar for these things, or. Okay. We have received a bunch of notifications. I think I have parsed all of these files and we did not crash. And if I... So this over here is opened. If I press space here, we're going to receive a new notification that this document did change. And this is the changes. It's a single change with the text being the new contents of this file. Yeah, the LSP cast has been changed. Nice. All right, amazing. Okay, we have parsed everything. And now that we have parsed, we want the selection range. So selection range. Like syntax highlighting would be not that difficult. But the semantic tokens are a little bit weird because of the like they use like the thing for saving on the serialization. Hello, Soy W. Document ranges. Selection ranges. Selection range request. That's what we have. So we have client capabilities. Then the params have the text, document, and the positions. inside the document. Selection range request is sent from the client to the server to return suggested selection ranges at an array of given positions. A selection range is a range around the cursor positions which the user might be interested in selecting. A selection range in the return array is for the position of provided parameters at the same index. Therefore, positions I must be contained in the result I range. To allow for results where some positions have selection ranges and others do not, result I range is not allowed to be empty range. At positions I. Selection range in the return array is for the position provided. There are positions I must be contained in the range. Yeah, that makes sense. Selection range params. Positions. A response. Result is the selection range list or null. Okay, so we have parent, so we have range and we have parent. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Pum, 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 pum. Maybe I do semantic tokens first instead. Actual syntax highlighting. I think I cannot even do that though. Or yet. I mean, it's not that difficult, but storing the parts. Yeah, semantic tokens like have this encoding, which is a little bit weird. And then you have like the legend and everything. I want something that is done quickly because I want to end kind of. Wait, what if we do the hover? Okay, what if we do the hover? What if we, like we don't, we're just doing the test currently, okay? That the language server works, right? How about we implement the hover instead? I like that idea. And then we just show the some stupid message there. Yes. Let's get rid of this. Do null. Let's instead do do. A B C D E F G. Is this not in the? No, this is not in the order. Yeah, so okay, so hover. Hover capabilities, dynamic registration. How are you self-hosting your LSD? LSP, not LSD. Content format, markup kind. Client supports the follow content format. Oh, it's hover client capabilities, I see. No, this is client capabilities. I want the server capability. Where's my server capabilities? There you go. Hover provider. I want hover provider. Boolean or hover options. Hover options is work done progress options. This should work. So that is a request. That is a request, which is called text document hover. Okay, so hover params are text document position params, which is text document and position. Position. Position has a line and character. Zero based. Dependent on the position encoding kind. My numbers are floats. Number line character. Yeah, that's why they call it character and not column, because it's not based on the display width, right? And that, I guess, is the reason. Well, I want, though, my position, right? I want float to int. Column is float to int character. Let's call both of this column, actually. It's okay. Or maybe I will rename it. We'll see. line, column. We also have in the positions the index, which I don't actually know, so this is like fake index. Maybe it should be a different type. Okay, how about this? How about this? We want to return from the hover the thing. How about we hover and we show the character at the given position? That would be like the beginning of it, right? Yeah. Let's just say C. Let's say contents is state contents. Roadmap get UD to string text document UD. Option unwrap or empty string. And we just say that, like, I need to calculate the line and character, right? So we are going to just say for C, let let C pos is mutable, C pos is position beginning. For C in string iterate contents. Position. C position. Advance using the character. And basically I say that if let mut covered char is just going to be question mark. If C position is equal C position line is equal to position line and C position column is equal to position column, then covered char is C break. Right? And over here we just return something. Okay, so what do I return? Hover. Hover request. So response is hover or null, so we can hover and we have a range which is optional, or we have contents which is marked string, which could be just string, literally. Wait, so I can just return a string? No, I need to create an object with contents field, which is a string, right? I'm just gonna have object field is map new fields add contents to string hovered char. Hovered char. This. You know what? Let's do this. And none. Some C. Match. Hovered char. Some C. None. Not hovering a char. Which supposedly should not be happening, but let's see. Okay, does this compile? Does this work? Imagine. Yeah, float 64. Let me have this function because I don't have it still in my standard library. Float 64 to int 32. I don't have the casting between the floats and ints, and between ints of different sizes either. Let's just say x float 64. This should return int 32. This is just going to do. How do we do this? Easy. We just say parse to string x. I'm not sure if that's going to work actually. Going to say something like option as dref here. Yeah, I guess. String is not JSON. Right. The text should be a string text. So this is hover text. Hover text. Okay, how much lines of code do we have? 300 lines of code in the LSP, which is doing nothing, almost. That's okay. That's not much, actually. LSP state is not parsed. Yeah, I want to also have content. It's almost like I should have the file state instead. Whatever. All right, restart Kast language server. Is this going to work? Loading. Hovered character E. Okay, hold on, look at this. Hovered character S. T. Equal. Connection got closed. Server will be restarted. When I was hovering on some things. Okay. It took a while to start actually, and that's because what? Because I was parsing the things too slowly. But okay, I actually know why though. I can speed it up. It's because I'm parsing the syntax definitions from scratch every time too. Kast language server. Stopping it failed. Wait, what? But why did it crash? Do I not see the logs of the previous Kast language server? It's a long time to start. Hovered character, okay. Like, what exactly is happening here, and why do I not see anything in the output? You know what we can do? Actually, like, VS Code is a little bit annoying in debugging this thing. Let's instead go to Helix, into project, self-host, Helix, open the LSPKS. There we go, look at this. Harvard character I, Harvard character N. And now it crashed. Broken pipe. So I received a request this. Node FS. Exiting Kast LSP after unexpected error. Parse error. Control character. Found while parsing a string. So which means that I'm printing something in the std out actually. Control character found while parsing a string. Oh, is this like not correct JSON actually? Is this not the correct JSON? Wait, I should probably you know what I should do? I should like print to the std error the things that I am responding with, right, in the JSON RPC. Yeah, this response, which I'm writing, that's over here, the contents, right? dbg print contents. Because this is what? This is printing to the std error too, right? I think. Oh, I'm just printing the /n. Wait. No, hold on. Nigel went to sleep. Got it. Nigel went to sleep. I think it's the bug in the Nigel's library. Right? Or is it not? Like... Yeah. Hold on. Because contents is the JSON to string, right? If we look at JSON, in my dependencies. ToString, right? If it's a string, no, it says this /n and this. No. Hold on. Wait, what? I'm confused now. Like I can do that easily, but when I do it over here, nothing is available anymore. Oh, cakes with a raid. Hello, hello. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Welcome. Skibidi. What was Cakes doing today? I think it was SDL3, right? When I was, I think I saw SDL3 in the title there. Did he like it? Or did he rage quit it? Wait, what did he use for the for his original game? SDL2? I'm not sure. How are you guys doing anyway? Welcome, welcome. I'm making a programming language here, and I'm making an LSP. DirectX 11? Wait. For his old game, he used DirectX 11? Nah. I thought it was Vulkan or OpenGL. Really? DirectX is interesting. I never done it. I have always used OpenGL and that's it. I don't know any other graphics APIs. Did he try the SDL3 GPU thing? He changed from Vulkan to OpenGL to DirectX 11. Oh yeah. So yeah, I remember that. I thought he was just like playing around with it. He actually rewrote his entire game to DirectX. No way. Yeah, 3 renderers in total, Vulkan, OpenGL, DirectX. So did he try the SDL3 GPU? Or did he try to use SDL3 with like one of those existing APIs? Only did 2D pre-built in renderer? I see. Alright guys, I'm making my programming language. This over here on the screen is my programming language. I'm writing my programming language in itself at this point. I have a parser done already, and I'm starting with the language server immediately so that we can have all the features of the editor. And right now I'm just like trying to like just start with something. So I made the simple hover mechanic in the editor where you can hover a character. So I can hover, and the language server just says the character that I'm hovering, and then it's crashing when I'm hovering on the new lines apparently. The logic of the game is the same, just rewrite the drone logic, so it took him like a week to rewrite. Yeah, I guess it's not that difficult. Indeed. Log open. Like, you see, this is what I don't understand. So this is the error. Received request this. /n. Received control character while parsing a string. Yeah. Line 2. Like, this is basically the incorrect JSON, right? I'm not printing my JSON correctly, but how can I see the JSON file here? Like, what, can I see it? Can I see what exactly did I write? That's why I was trying to print it to the stdr2. Boom, dbg print content. Let me see. Is dbg print? dbg print. dbg print. What does dbg print do in the here? Console debug. Console debug is like printing it to the std right? Did I not compile, maybe? Maybe I did not compile. I'm planning to make games with this, by the way. And I have a game, by the way. If you guys looking for a game, I have a demo on Steam. You guys should wishlist my game, you know? So that I become rich like cakes when I actually finally release my game. Although I'm not working on it right now, I'm working on my language instead. But I'll come back to the game eventually. The game is written in Rust with a custom game engine with OpenGL. It's a puzzle game for smart people. You guys are smart, right? You watch cakes. Right, let's switch back here. How well can you fake cry though? I have to fake cry for you to wish this my game? I need to practice. Fake crying. Yeah, I heard it's good for being successful, right? We need a clip to go viral. Yeah. I'm not working on that. I'm a bad streamer. The good streamer would want to get a couple clips out of every stream for sure. What's the purpose of developing a custom programming language? Having fun, I guess, is the biggest thing. But also, I mean, yeah, it's just having fun mostly, right? I don't I mean, I do like what I have achieved so far, but realistically, there is still a lot of work to do for this to be like at the level of the popular programming languages, at least. You know. It's also like exploring new possibilities, right? New features which are not present in other programming languages, right? Like like some of the features I have not seen in other languages at all, except for, I don't know, maybe like Jai is doing something similarly. I suppose. Was the LSP written in another language before? Yeah, I do have the LSP. It's just I'm doing the self-hosting, so I'm trying to. But I do have the LSP. I can like cover things. There's like some type information. I can go to definitions and all of these things. They work. Yeah. The LSP is not super great. It's taking time. It's not like nothing is incremental. For example, I'm compiling from scratch all the time. There's a lot of things that could be improved. All right. What am I doing? Wait, hold on. Is the /n the control character, right? What does it say while parsing a string? No. I don't get it. Is it compiler interpreter? Yes. The answer is yes. We have compiler, we have interpreter. Interpreter is used to run code at compile time. Like here is the simplest example, right? We can say something like this. Let x be eval 2 plus 2. Like this. So this is the code that can be evaluated at compile time. And this can contain anything. Yeah, my LSP also is very like slow because it's doing everything from scratch. You're reading a book about writing your own interpreter in Go? Nice. Comp time must be expression. Okay. I think I need like parentheses here. Yeah, it's slow because it's doing everything from scratch. I don't even have that much code, do I? I mean, I have 3,000 lines of Kast code. But yeah. Comp time must be expression. Oh my god. I need to fix this. There's some issues. It's like there's a difference between an expression and a place expression. I'm supposed to have semantics like in Rust with like the borrow checker eventually and everything. Also, it doesn't work. Hold on. Nothing works, of course, when I want to show something. Because of a bunch of issues. There we go. See? I can hover this in the language server, and the language server shows what is the result of evaluating 2 plus 2. See? I can also do this. I can say eval std fs read file just to show you that it's not just math that works here. We can read the file which we are currently compiling at compile time. And this is the source code over here, right? We can do everything. Dun, 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 dun. So what am I doing here? What is wrong? You know what? How about... So I am breaking on hover, right? Can I say over here somewhere? DBG print. Hover text. Can I do that? This D2Gem website is pretty cool. Bomo, you're waiting for someone big to raid me so that we can show them the D2Gem website. You guys like game jams? I like game jams. The D2Gem though is going to be on the in 6 months, so it's probably better to advertise it closer to the date, no? But yeah, guys, D2Gem. Yeah, I made a game with my programming language for this gem not so long ago. How do I look at my game? Need to log in first. Games. Profile. Games. Look at these guys. I made this with my language. If it's going to open. Oh, it opened. Look at this. Oh, we have 20 FPS. I forgot about that. My bad. Yeah. My language has issues currently, so let's open this in Chrome instead of Firefox because it's 10 times faster. Is it loading? I should have made a progress bar, but I didn't. Maybe it's loading, maybe it's not. I'm not sure. No, it doesn't work. Alright, I will play this game in 20 FPS, it's okay. It's like a game where you grow the apple trees, and the apple trees explode, and then you catch the apples. Alright? And it will work at actually 1 billion FPS in Chrome. Rust. Something like this. Alright. I'll make the language to be faster. This is just the early version of it, which is why we have low FPS. Did I build? Open Helix. LSP. I'm currently transpiling to JavaScript. My plans are something like this. Let me open this for you. Here. I am the Bootstrap is compiling to JavaScript, which is why I can run on the web. Then I will do the C transpiler probably before going for LLVM and other things. But I'm also actually considering transpiling to Go instead. Then I can use like their garbage collector and like other things instead of doing the lowering. Like JavaScript is very easy to use as compilation target because it's a high level language and I don't need to figure a bunch of things out as if I was targeting something like LLVM. And it also allows me to have a game on the web already, right? But eventually, instead of the JavaScript, it's going to be a proper WebAssembly thing. All right, we're trying to test the LSP here. Hover character O, and then hover this new line. Log open. I have a feeling that... Hold on a second. I have this. Can you do like node? Can you do node? How do you like... Can you give the command on the terminal to the Node.js? Can you say like echo console debug 123 into node, right? I can do this. Okay, so the question is... It's actually printing to the std out. I thought the console debug prints to the std error. But it's printing to the std out. Okay. That's why I don't see anything in my thing. Hold on. Console debug. I was like pretty sure that that's what it's doing. Like console error prints this to the std error, right? A warn prints to std error. A log prints to the std out. And debug is just an alias for the console log. Okay. I was assuming things. Is there like anything else, or am I supposed to print it as a warning? Maybe trace? Prints to std error the string trace colon followed by the thing. No, I don't want colon and the trace. Wait, hold on. Console warn is an alias for console error? And console error also prints... Oh, console error just prints to the std error with a new line. So it doesn't print the stack trace. Wait, hold on a second. And then like... Did I just imagine this thing? The console at the error log level. So this is not about the log levels in the Node.js. Okay. Fine. It still feels wrong, like, because it's not an error, right? When I'm running this code in the, like, should I make it to be console debug in the browser and console error in the Node.js if I want to have a debug output? Because I don't want it to be highlighted in red, right? Well, I mean, yeah, Node.js is not even highlighting this thing, right? But if I do it in the browser, it will. You're probably right here on Logger for that, but like you can only... Well, I mean, not only, right? Like there are other ways to write to the std_error in Node.js. You can use process std_error instead, right? I was just assuming that this like behavior would make sense, but it doesn't. It's okay. I can override my console log. Yeah, maybe. Okay, and no, this is fine. I just need to. Wait, how is it even implemented, right? Because I have the stdio eprint io eprint. Is this like a print console error? Okay, whatever. Like like it's the error, but it's supposed to be used for logs. So yeah, okay, whatever. Let's ignore this issue for now. Yeah, so I don't dbg print, right? I say eprint. stdio eprint. And then it's going to be seen in the logs. And also, for some reason, I need to kill my LSP, even although it's like broken. Anyone made your own LSP? VS Code does not kill the process after I have crashed. Maybe I'm doing something wrong though. Well, I mean, it's not crashed, right? I just wrote something which is not like the correct protocol of the JSON RPC here, and but my process is still alive, and I need to kill it, which is weird. Never thought of that, but now I'm adding LSP on my things to do before I die list. Well, are you making your own programming language? All right, let's hover. Hover character R. Let's hover this. Now this broke. Open the logs. All right, there you go. So we have covered character /n. And this is the JSON. The JSON is this. ID2 result is content hovered char n /n. This is a bug. This is a bug where? There's a bug in the JSON library, right? I mean, it is, right? because the /n was not escaped there inside of a string, and that's why we're complaining. /n is the control character, because /n is the character that I'm hovering. So it is JSON to string. Yeah, look at this. This is not correct. Wait, what? Why did Nigel write code like this? Okay. Yeah. See, when we convert a JSON to string, it just prints the quote and then string and then quote. That is not correct. That's not how you do it. You need to escape the string. Alright. Yeah, this library was written by Nigel. I'm surprised. I thought Nigel would be like careful here. Because is he even parsing now? The thing. What are the characters that you have to escape? Claude wouldn't have made that mistake. Claude. Can I log in already? What? Leaked? My birthday? I will not tell you my birthday. I'm young. Free. Hi. Is Scooby Man how I should refer to you? Yes. Coding, developing. Let's go. Install Cloud Code, maybe later. I have my own topic. Yo. Wait, what we're going to do? Can you write string escaping logic for writing JSON string contents in Kast lang? Could you share a bit more about Kast lang? He doesn't even know what Kast is. How is it supposed to write it? Look it up on kastlang.org. Oh, look at this. It's looking at my standard library. It's going to nail it, you think? Let me look at the Advent of Code repo. Okay. It found my Advent of Code repository. I have not been escaping the strings there, though. Good. I have now a solid picture of Kast syntax. Here's JSON, string escaping logic. Alright, let's see here. Is it actually going to first try it? Let's try to copy-paste this over here into this over here, right? JSON string. Okay, let's do this. Print JSON string Hello world, because it apparently did a reference here, but okay. Plus plus. Wait, what? How did it? Why did it imagine plus plus? I don't use plus plus. Okay. Well, I can fix that for you. It's okay. It's okay, Claude. Do the other things work though? Cannot cast a type into any 32. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is not right. This is not right. This is called char code. What about the other things? 2-hex string. I don't do that. We don't have the 2-hex string. Two hex string is not in STD. Write it yourself. Shift operators. I do have bitwise functions, but I did not do the syntax for it because I'm not sure that it's needed often. As string, this also doesn't work. No. This is just not working. It looked up the code and then it still imagined the syntax and the things that don't work. All right. I mean, maybe it's kind of close. Is this all the things that we need to escape? The quotes, the backslash, /n, /r, /t, /0x08, and then everything that's less than 20. The AI is correct. It's the language that's wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to use this. So this library was written not by me, but that's okay. That's okay. I probably have some bugs in my code too. We have two JSON libraries. And what I'm doing here is that I am converting from one JSON to the other JSON over here. But I could instead just have my own toString. So let's do toString here like this. And let's add my own toString, which I already have the pretty printing. The print is here. toString JSON. It should return a string. I'm just going to print self with output being color false. Right. Output, what do I need to do there? Increase indentation, decrease indentation is going to be not doing anything. And what else? Write. So write is string into result plus equals string. Result is empty string. Return result. Okay, this should work, right? Not exactly. Over here, this should be like JSON to string. Unexpected print token. Semicolon. I forgot my semicolon. Float is not JSON. That's completely wrong message, but it's okay. The error is in another file. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. JSON to string. What's wrong here? Print self. Oh, yes. It's a little bit annoying. Like, I have shadowed the toString from the standard library by introducing this function. I'll call this toStir for now. Or I could explicitly name like the other one. This is kind of an issue that I am hitting all the time. I'm wondering if I should do something in the language about that. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be like the methods instead of the functions, I suppose. I did a semicolon instead of a comma. Yeah, I'm not very good at writing my language too, so I don't really blame Claude that much, I guess. Alright, it's going to work now. First try. Helix. LSP. I'm hovering. Hover char. Right. This is correct. Although, I mean, maybe we want to... Do-do-do-do-dum. Do-do-do-do-dum. LSP, that's the wrong thing. I want to go over here. LSP, hover, text. I'm going to do toString C, and then I'm going to escape it so that like the the thing is going to be seen in the comments, in the quotes, and we will see the actual /n there. All right. So this is just a test. I was just like parsing the JSONs, figuring out the JSON RPC a little bit, and like how to interact with that stuff. Next time I will do the actual LSP things. This is just a fake hover, which is just showing the character, right? We have it working in VS Code here too. I said we have it working in VS Code here too. It's loading. It's okay. Let's let it load. There we go. Hover character S. Okay. Well, what about though the code with the here's the real test. The real test comes over here. Test KS over here, right? This is the real test. What's going to happen here? That is not correct. The connection to the server got closed. Oh no! I crashed it! No! Does it handle Unicode emoji? Yeah. Here is this. This thing is parsed. Here is the syntax tree of this file over here. It is handled correctly. I have tested this before. I think it's actually I'm not sure why. Let's add the check this in the helix in the test ks over here, right? No hover result. Log open. Expected comma or closing bracket. Our char slash. Wait, what is this even? Is important counting chars rather than bytes? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. Here's how we test it usually. This output doesn't print me the spans, but if I use the laxer, not the parser, right? It's lax. It will tell me all of these things, right? So this is the contents, right? It is the Unicode character. This is the code of the unicorn over there. And this. Wait, what? This. Why is this colon here? That is not supposed to be here. That's because we are using the URI library now. Oh my god. Everything broke. It's okay. But yeah, these over here, the columns, they are shown. Can I get rid of the things? Let's do this SED. Remove the colon. Like that, right? There we go. Because then we can click on these things. Oh, but this colon I don't want to remove. Ah, my god. Let's remove add colon. There we go. Yeah, see, I can like hover on this. I can click on these things so that I see the actual tokens in the source and whether they are correctly calculated. And yeah, everything is good. I wonder if new languages will stop happening. AI cannot use them until humans do. Well, we just saw the Claude trying to use my language, right? So I just made a couple mistakes, but that's okay. I'm making mistakes myself. Right? So I'm pretty sure the issue is somewhere else. I need to wait, ePrint is here still, right? Cover text. But not here anymore. Okay, stdio ePrint content. So, right, let's try again. Let's try again. Helix. So like over here, this one I can hover, this one I can hover, this one I can, this one I can, and this one I cannot. Which is weird, I didn't even get to the unicorn. Huh? Line 4, column 33. Like this over here is not the correct one, right? So we basically... the fact that that this log is shown escaped is a little bit annoying, but we basically have this thing here. We basically have hovered char backslash this. And then this. Which is correct. Oh, it's because I'm hovering the quote. Am I working on the LSP? Well, I'm working... Yeah. Yes, I am working on the LSP. I'm working on the hover functionality, but like it's not a real LSP. We're just showing the hovered character in the code. I think it's not the unicorn that broke it. It's that I'm hovering on a string. For some reason, though. Like, is this not the correct JSON? Oh my god. I think... okay, you know what? We just do this in the... in VS Code itself. We open this test. We restart Kast language server. And then I'm going to hover this over here. We'll give it some time. It's trying to parse all the files. Okay. There we go. Why is VS Code, after my language server has crashed, gets rid of all of the logs? Stopping failed server is the only log that I have left. How do I debug this? This is so annoying. Where's my logs? Okay, what if we open NeoVim? Do you guys think NeoVim is better at debugging the LSPs? You guys think it's NeoVim is better? Let's open the same file. There you go, hovered character this. Expected comma or object, but found an invalid token. Okay, how do you open the logs of the LSP now? LSP log. What is all of that? Okay, you know what? I think what we need to do is we need to copy this. This is also very annoying because it's also escaped here, so I don't see like the logs as is. We're going to open the Node.js and say console log, and this is how we unescape it, right? I think I'm not escaping the backslash. Okay, I think this is my bug. Okay, this is okay, guys, you didn't see anything, all right? This is embarrassing. Where's my escaping? I'm not escaping the backslash, guys. All right. And now, moment of truth. You know what? Let me so the reason why it's like slow to start is because I have like I'm parsing my syntax every time, and that is wrong. I should not be doing that. Let me just do parser parse rule set is a state syntax rule set. Syntax rule set. Syntax rule set. And when I initialize over here, syntax rule set is this. So that I parse it only once. So like one of the features in the language is extensibility of the syntax. So the standard syntax is defined in a file, and I parse it like at runtime basically. And I was doing it every time from scratch for every file. Wait, I thought I compiled the thing. Did I not? Maybe the parser is still slow. Well, I mean, it's not the parser that's slow, it's the my compiler output that is slow. There we go. Hovered char is this. Isn't this supposed to be like escaped though? Is this because it's markdown? In markdown you escape the things, right? Let's also open the one with the emoji. Okay, so this just prints me the emoji like that, right? Yeah, okay. Because it's not printable in my escaping. Wait, over here we do have like the backslash. Wait, what? Am I not? I think I think that I'm not escaping the capital like thing. If yes is equal delimiter, then we add this. Hold on a second. Cast parse. Let's parse JSON here. Parse JSON. Tests. JSON test. Let's open this file. Hello. This. No, this actually is escaped properly. Why is it not escaped then? over there. Is it because it's markdown? How do I parse escape sequences and strings? With a parser. Similarly to, what about your own doc syntax? Xon, no, Xon is, yeah. Kast object notation. I use this in some places, like over here. This is the Kast object notation, I guess. You say like dot field equal to that thing. This is literally just Kast code. It's not even Xon, it's just Kast. But I guess like there is no code here to actually run. So it could be a KSON instead. Do you clone lexemes or do you have string views of our lexemes? I clone them. I clone them. I store the strings in multiple ways, right? Like when I'm doing the lexing, you know, like I store string both in the wrong and then in the parsed way, right? You clone as well, but you require it now. Why? Is it like slow? There is a lot of other things that are 1,000 times slower than this, though. So I don't really care about the performance here. Like, this is not my bottleneck. This would be a micro optimization. At this point. Should I only escape? Yeah, I'm escaping everything that is not as not UTF-16 code point, I guess. I like that. Why am I doing that? I think I'm just going to comment this out, actually. You wrote it only C and expected C strings everywhere, so super hard to go back now. I mean, C is a typed language. You could change the type now. Do you guys not use this thing where you change the type and then you follow the type errors to see what needs to be done? You like Rust strings, but people complain about them? Yeah, I have something like similar to Rust strings. There is one difference where it's not necessarily UTF-8 because it depends on the backend. So like the different compiler backend can use different encoding of the string, but the idea is still the same, right? Because I'm transpiling to JavaScript and I have the interpreter. The interpreter is using UTF-8 and the JavaScript is using UTF-16 because that's how JavaScript works. Pickle. And have like maybe a stop. I only have the restart language server and stop language server too, right? Everything except null terminated strings. Hard to rewrite hash map. Formatting code comparisons. If you used Rust, you would have a pretty fast cloneless implementation by default. I don't know, I usually write code in like super inefficient way. My compiler was written in Rust before. Right now it's written in OCaml because my Rust was compiling for a billion years. Look at this, Harvard character is a unicorn. All right. We have passed the final test. All right. Threading would be so easy. Yeah, threading is super easy in Rust. They should rewrite OCaml in Rust. Wait, there's some changes to the URI library. Hmm? Anyway. I am going to commit this. Basic LSP hover showing Harvard character. All right. Use arenas in the amount of glue code you had to add to enable address sanitizer for it. So you can catch basic buffer overrun bugs is wild. Threading is technically easy in C by using ISPC. What is ISPC? A compiler variant for C programming language. Financial institution in Florida. Implicit SMPD. Program compiler. Intel, does it break on AMD? But how exactly does it solve threading? Like, what exactly happens there? I don't see anything about threading here. There's nothing about threading here. There's a... I have seen CMD here, yeah. A bunch of times. The cool thing about C is fast as heck compile time, super fast code, and tiny binaries. Yeah, that's true, that's true, that's true. Let's see how quickly my... Like... So here's how quickly... my compiler is, right? And I am compiling... Let me see here. We're compiling... It's actually not that small. We're compiling 6,000 lines of cast code. I guess plus the standard library. How big is my standard library? And standard library is another 2,000 lines, right? So I'm actually compiling here 8,000 lines of cast code, right? So if I try to do that, let me make sure that it like stops there. It is just CMD, but since it's internally always produce CMD, you have to lay out your code in a way that will facilitate threading. So I'm actually compiling in around 12 seconds, 8,000 lines of code. What is it? It is slower than 1,000 lines of code a second, actually. But yeah. I don't do any like incremental in my builds at all. And if we try to do like Dune clean and Dune build over here to test how, so 12 seconds to see how slow is my OCaml being compiled. It's also 12 seconds? Really? So my Kast and my OCaml is compiled exactly the same time. Well, I mean, there is more code though here, because this is like, what, 20,000 lines of OCaml. 24,000 lines of OCaml. Right. So if this was Rust, I would see like 2 minutes here instead, which is what I had in the previous rewrite. So yeah, your C is compiling in under a second probably, right? Alright, do we want to do something else or do I want to go to and rest? I usually don't stream it, it's late. So easy to accidentally trash threads, forget to lock a mutex, etc. in C. Yeah, well, I guess this is like the primary reason why I don't use these languages. You could also use Zig. What is faster to compile, Zig or C? Probably still C, right? Or is it not? I don't know. Zig versus C compile times. Oh, you use Zig to compile your C? C compiles faster than Zig, primarily because C is much simpler language spec. And no compile time. Like, it all depends. Like, the Zig, it depends how much you use the compile time execution, of course. Zig also caches a lot of C objects. TCC? Is TCC the tiny C compiler? It is. It's also an interpreter, if I remember correctly, right? Boom, 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 boom. All right, yeah, I think I'm going to go rest. We have basics of the LSP. Next time I can actually implement the syntax highlighting and maybe formatting so that the LSP is actually usable, even although the self-hosting doesn't have the compiler and the interpreter yet at all. How do you compile your own stuff? I'm transpiling to JavaScript. for now. And I was thinking actually, like, so my plan was to do the C transpiler next. JavaScript is very bad performance. But like the reason is because I'm compiling to bad JavaScript. Mostly the reason why I'm compiling to bad JavaScript, let me show you the output of my compiled code, right? Here is my JavaScript. And here's the issue, that this function over here is async, this over here is await, async, await. Everything is async, everything is await, basically. Right? So every little function call is async. And there are and it's just because it's easier to do it this way for now. We could instead infer if something is async or not, but it's not that easy. The idea is that the language, every async function is allocating. It's not even about the allocation. I mean, there's a lot of things that are allocating, right? Also the objects, I guess. But I mean, yeah. Even the regular functions are allocating when you're creating them, right? But like it creates the promise object, which is having a lot of like performance overhead. I'm actually thinking also that sometimes you have like for example over here, what is this? I'm creating a value with a single field 0, right? Like this also probably has a lot of overhead, that I'm creating the JavaScript object with a field instead of just having this field directly. Right? I mean, I don't know why I'm doing that specifically. Like sometimes, like usually you have the structures with the fields, but even like creating this structure with the fields, right? Like if you write in JavaScript something like this, A is 1 and B is 2. This is probably more overhead than if you just wrote let A is 1 and let B is 2, right? Am I right? Because this is like constructing and allocating the thing. Classes are faster than random structures in JavaScript. Yeah, so like I could instead do this because this would be this could be optimized and like yeah. But in a language like C, it doesn't matter if you create a struct or that. So I don't know. Like I'm not going to do this optimization just because I like that would run faster. I just rewrite my transpiler to transpile to C instead, right? But the async stuff is the interesting one because I want to be able to like write async code. And if I wanted to transpile to C, I would need continuation passing style rewrite. But instead, what if I was thinking of transpiling to Golang? Because Golang is basically having this, everything is async already, and the runtime is fast, and I don't need to worry about it. Everything is implicitly async already there. It's compiling fast, I heard, right? And also it has the closures too. I can use everything. Goes GC is pretty fast too. Yeah, so like I don't need to like manage memory yet. I feel like transpiling to Go would be probably almost the same amount of work, maybe a little more because of the types, right? In JavaScript, I don't like need to figure out the types of my stuff. But this is the less lowering needed to be done basically, so less work. Objects are base elements. They should be incredibly fast and optimized. I mean, yeah, they are. It's mostly the async. There's also like closures. I'm using a lot of closures. So like one of the things that I'm doing is that the Like, I'm supposed to have semantics that are close to Rust, where I can have reference to a variable, right? But how do you get a reference to a variable in JavaScript, right? So the way I'm doing it is something like this. So I have the regular variable, and then if I want to get a reference, I do something like this. Reference to A is this object where get is a function returning A, and set is a function which sets A to X. That's how you do references, instead of just taking a pointer like you would in C or anything. And the other alternative would be something like, instead of storing the object directly, I could store every value. I could store every value inside of an object with like the value, and then reference to A is literally just A. But when I want to have the value, I could do a dot value. Do you think this would be faster than creating the closures for getters and setters? You think this is faster? But I'm pretty sure that in Golang you can just have the references, and then like, I'm actually wondering how does that work. Go playground. Like, can you not just have a reference to a struct? Can you not have a reference to emp1.h? Does this work? Declare is not used. Let's have a reference to the first name, and then say hello plus ref to age. Wait, is that even working? How do you do reference? Star? Right? How does this even work in Golang? How do you load and execute code at runtime with Go? But do I need it though? I don't need it. I'm not using the loading and executing code at runtime currently, at least. Like, I thought that Go still stores the things basically like in C. So when you have a reference like this, because it's a garbage collector, it keeps like this object, or is a reference to a field basically a reference to the object in which the field is plus the offset? Is this like a fat pointer basically? Like the employee gets allocated on the heat, not just the first name field is like becoming a special field, which is like garbage collected, right? I don't know much Go. What if this struct is inside of another struct, right? So like it's like the top level struct that gets garbage collected, like gets put on the heap and stuff. I'm just wondering, but I'm pretty sure that like, I mean, that code works, right? Like you can create a function ref to inner field. which is a star string, right? And this is what I return. So like I'm returning a reference to a field in a local variable here, right? So you do the escape analysis here, and you just put what exactly do you put on the on the heap, right? They have interior GC pointers, yeah, over here. What if I so even every integer is stored behind a GC pointer? If I was returning a reference to the H here, then the integer would be behind a GC pointer. Isn't that like overhead? Huge overhead? Anyway, Go is relatively fast. I think creating the transpiler, another transpiler just to Go, it wouldn't take that long. Maybe like a week at most. And then we could have a faster cast without much work. Is there any other better alternatives? Like, I want something that is like not a lot of work. So I'm not doing C. I mean, maybe it wouldn't be like even a lot of work if I was to do C. I don't know. But there are certain things that need to be done. And also, like, C is not safe, right? So I would need to inject a bunch of safety checks. Like, there's high probability that I just generate wrong code. Because I'm not, like, borrow checking my code yet. I would need to have a runtime borrow checker. C++? No, C++ is not easier for sure. CIL? What do you mean the C is a common intermediate language for the .NET? I don't know. Is that easy, a simple thing? Could also do JVM, I guess. This looks like assembly. Can you have closures here? I don't need object orientation. What I need is closures and garbage collector, I guess, for now. Continuations would be, yeah, continuations is what I want to. So I need that. Which is why Go is good, right? Because it's like, it is async implicitly already. SBCL, testing about trust. What is SBCL? This? Steel Bank Common Lisp? It's because it's a higher performance Lisp? Yeah, I have not considered Lisps at all, yeah. The most mature common Lisp compiler. Lisps, they do have continuations, I know that, right? So we can write the asyncs. I don't care about the macros because, like, it's the... if we use this as a compiler backend. This would require learning. I feel like Go is very easy to learn. Is this thing easy to learn? I did write like a little bit of code in Go, so I know it a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. Or it's like literally the Common Lisp. It's just the compiler for Common Lisp, right? So and Common Lisp is just the language, or is there multiple Common Lisps? Just the Lisp lang, right? Just one Common Lisp? Okay. Functional, object-oriented. But how is it high performance? Well, I mean, it's the same as like in JavaScript. Like the Lisp, this is dynamically typed language, right? So there is only a certain level of performance that you can get, right? Or can you like write the types here? This website looks nice. Start here. First steps. It compiles to native code. Yeah, but it's still dynamically typed, right? It's just the interpreter is that native code that is being generated. But no, I mean, yeah. It's like I can compile my language to see where everything is a void star, I guess. And have the type information being there at runtime. Which probably wouldn't be too bad. Where's the documentation of like the things? Learn. This is just tutorials. This is so short. I don't see anything about the continuations here. Anonymous functions, multiple return values. Is it on the wiki maybe? Common Lisp call CC. All you need is call CC. Or it's like shift reduce or something. Or not reduce, I don't remember. Common Lisp does not have native built-in support for first-class continuations in the ANSYS standards. It says it provides control flow operations like go, return from, and catch throw for one-shot and escaping continuations. For cool continuation support, similar to scheme. So yeah, it's only scheme, right? Common Lisp does not have that. What if I want to force scheme? I don't need to. Yeah, I need the delimited continuation stuff. Hello, XRT77. Hi, bro. Can I ask you a question about something that's happening to me? What's happening to you? Can tell me why when I open Chrome it switches to another browser? This has happened to me several times. Is it the virus or not? Chrome when open switch to another browser? I don't know. I don't use Chrome. Architectural comparison. If we target C, the dev effort is medium. If you target LLVM, dev effort is high. If you target Lisp, dev effort is low. All right. Performance is medium. Why do they say performance is medium when you target C, huh? Tooling is weak for Lisp. Excellent. Why people even consider Lisp as a target? Code is just Lisp. Your ST almost maps one-to-one to Lisp forms. Macros, mature runtimes. My ChatGPT is really weird. Good experiment, bad foundation. What about Go? Transparency Go is less cursed than Lisp. Syntax is simple enough to generate. Concurrency comes for free, right? Like that's what I want, right? So like I think that's like the biggest reason why I want to compile to Go. Because you just say Go and then it just goes. You know? So I can work on other things that are more important. What's the performance overhead of closures in Go? If I abuse them, I'll be okay. So even the closure can be like based on the escape analysis, right? Oh, none codes. I was going to end the stream, but thank you for the raid. Well, I was going to end the stream like one hour ago. Too. How's your mattresses? Did you figure out all of the math for 3D gaming? Now you can't. Yeah, but also what do I do? Because I did what I wanted to do today. All right. Welcome guys. I'm making my programming language here. And I was rewriting the language in itself and making the LSP. And here's what I can do now. I can hover my code. Wait, can I not hover my code? Did I break it? Maybe I need to restart it or something. Today is a victory over yourself of yesterday. Tomorrow is your victory over lesser man. Miyamoto Musashi. Compile a minimal cast version to Wasm and then use that to bootstrap cast. Well, I'm doing that, but I'm doing it with JavaScript instead of Wasm. No, I think Wasm is too low level. Like, so. I don't think I'm going that way yet. Like, if when I want to go low level, I go C. Can you tell us what is so great about JavaScript and Rust? You mean like together? How they are good together? So like when you use them together, you can like ignore all of the bad things about JavaScript and just use Rust basically. And just use a little bit of JavaScript when you have to. Because wait, why do you do that? Because you are targeting the WASM, I guess, right? And you need to interface with JavaScript. There's nothing that can happen on the browser without JavaScript. So that, yeah, that's why you use JavaScript and Rust together. Nothing good about JavaScript. No, I think JavaScript is a good compilation target, but it's also like really slow. But like creating the transpiler to JavaScript was really easy. So I like JavaScript as a compilation target a lot, actually, because of how little work you need to do. You don't need JavaScript to use standalone WASM. If you use standalone runtime, yeah, but not in the browser, right? If you want your Rust to run on the web, yeah. Otherwise, you can use the native WASI targets and stuff. Yeah. JavaScript is good because some people started coding because of it. But is it good that some people started coding? Wait, why do I still not have server initialization failed? Wait, did I break something? Did I just break something? Maybe I reload? You're going to go eat, have a good stream. I was going to go eat. Alright, I'm just going to forward all your people somewhere else. I think. That's what I'm going to do. Wait, I broke it. It literally was just working. I didn't even write any more code. How did I break it? There's no way. Kast LSP. Wait, why is it just exiting? Kast parse. Excuse me? Maybe I just need to build it? Did I just touch JavaScript? Maybe I just touched JavaScript and like... Did I remove it on accident here? There we go. Now it works. Evening, nerds. It's late night for me. It's 3:20 a.m. I want to eat. Alright, look at this. We have the language server written in Kast. It shows me what is my currently hovered character is. Amazing, right? What about D language, fairly low level? I actually wrote a lot of D language back in the days. There was one issue with it, why I dropped it. It's because even in the debug build, you have segmentation fault when something is null. Otherwise, the language was really nice. Zig is a choice. Yeah, Zig is a good choice, but I feel like there is no reason for me to transpile to Zig because it's basically C anyway. Like, I'm not going to use the comp time features there anyway. So I might as well just transpile to C directly. So that more compilers can compile the transpiled code. Dun, dun. Yeah, D language has the GC. D language is like C++ garbage collected. Yeah. D language is the language that had the compile time evaluation before Zig. Made it the cool thing. D language was nice. I'm surprised D language did not get more popular actually. Marketing is hard. There was like, it's not about the marketing. D-Lang, it has some drama with like the standard library being there was some drama with the standard library. There was like 2 different versions of it or something. It was bad. But it was a nice language still. Maybe there was also more drama when I left too. There's call CC, which kind of just would transpile further to C. What's this? Chicken scheme, a practical and portable scheme system. Chicken is a compiler for the scheme programming language. It produces portable and efficient C and supports these standards and many extensions run on Linux and all the flavors. And its extensibles, eggs unlimited. It's a compiler for the scheme. So it's like the Steelbank Common Lisp, but for scheme, right? There's also Racket, native code compiler. All right, that's enough stalling the end of the stream. I'm going to just end it here. Let's see who is streaming. Where do you guys want me to send you? GC had a bad name when D came around. Yeah. Out process back streaming. Being forced into paid labor. Town Generator OS operating system.
Gate is a point, which means Wait, what is a point actually?
All right.
Point comes
He's
from
working on a
pen
game, right? This is
from
Godot.
Don't have that here.
Sure.
won't
You
open
want to
it.
go here? I'll send you here.
I'm guessing this.
Thank you guys for
is
watching. See you next time. Bye.
A normal. Wait, no, hold on. If it's a point,